You can do a coffee run? Was that a reference to the fact that I just made my script watch for coffee script changes? Because I didn't actually feel like making it watch for anything, and I didn't feel like digging into the information. I don't know what Phil's is. Is that some East Coast thing? Is that like a poor man's Wegmans? Oh, it's a Bay Area coffee place? Gotcha. Yeah, I always forget you're down in that area. Man, yeah, I definitely forgot. I should have let you know when I was down there for GitHub Universe. Shit. Yeah, sorry. It was my first time being to the Bay Area since I was born there 40 years ago. Yeah, I was born in Redwood City. I had to take an Uber all the way down to get my birth certificate. You're still new. It's only been 6 years. I get it. Yeah, it makes sense. No, it's a cool city. I had some really good ramen while I was there. Shit. I don't remember what the name of the place was. Yeah, this one I had. Um, yeah. Do I still have a photo of it? Or. I hate that this is the only place it lives. I cancel my damn Twitter Blue bullshit, but they don't actually remove your check mark until it expires. So I've just been modifying my profile name. I should just start like adding and like decrementing like a number of like butterflies. Big brain. Yeah, for sure. I'd be really curious to know how many got canceled. Do I need to zoom out to see the search? Yeah. Let's see. So, ramen at CM Griffin. Can I do that? That was my ramen. Ah, this is the spot. Yeah, this was good. Yep, most likely. So yeah, this was the like the super ramen, right? So it had the egg. I don't know what this thing was, but it was good. It was a bit chewy. There was the pork, and then there was the duck. The duck was delicious, and then I ended up getting like the wagyu. I took the wagyu and put it into the ramen. It's a bit greasy actually. In the ramen it's great, but like just as a sashimi, it's a bit meh. Just really greasy. But yeah, in the ramen it was amazing. So yeah, I don't remember the name of the place. Hold on. Mensho. Mensho is the spot I went to. It was quite good. But yeah, so that was the music ending. Let's get some synthwave. Oh, damn it. The YouTube continued. Stop, YouTube. There we go. All right, there we go. So yeah, what are you up to today, Bad Cop? Have you seen the amazingness of the shaders that we have for Ghosty? I can't remember if you've been here while we were doing any of that. Yeah, so basically you can use any shaders from Shader Toy. This one's actually the best one so far. And it fits the music so well too. Not any shader from Shader Toy, there's actually some constraints. I need to make a video about it. But yeah. I also got this one. So are you using Ghosty yet at all? It may not have a lot of the functionality you'd be expecting from it. I'm not sure. Like, yeah, you're definitely more of like a CLI power user than I am. Oh, Ghosty on Windows. That's right. I guess I forgot you were on Windows. It's not really obvious when watching your stream. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like, you use Windows Terminal, but you're inside of like WSL still, right? So you're able to get like tmux and things like that going? Or do you even do that much? I've never used tmux a single time in my life. Oh, it's just SSH. That's the way I used to do Windows Dev too. Yeah, same. That's the exact way I used to do Windows Dev as well. Right? Especially because this is, back in the day, I wanted my VMs to like that I was doing dev in to mimic the dev environment I was deploying to. So depending on if I was using Fedora versus Debian versus Ubuntu, right? Like those things were still way more up in the air back then. I think there was another one that I fiddled with as well. So yeah, like whatever I was deploying to the VPS, I would also do my dev basically in that same like cloned environment. So it made things a lot easier. No weird deploy hiccups. But yeah, I did that for years. Using so I used SSH for running commands and stuff and like installing things and all that. I still used Notepad++ as my editor. And then over the SSH, I would like sync the files. I think using Notepad++, you could remote in using SFTP or SCP or whatever. I'm pretty sure. Like they had an SSH connection directly, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Sublime has a very similar like flow that works well. All right, so we've got a bug with this. Yeah. Okay. So requested module doesn't provide quota adjustments because this is now that. So yeah, it is just quota adjustments on this page. All right, I just wanted to make sure like what the proper data layer was. All right, so it shouldn't directly fail out like that on us anymore. Oh man, let's just clear that. All right, so yeah, we get a lot of failures because tokens definitely expired. Let's get the two-factor auth ready. Oh, shit. This is the part I actually needed the phone for. Okay, so that's usages. We're starting with adjustments. That's right. So then that just worked. No way. Let's double check this. Oh, if this just works, I'm gonna be so happy. Oh, I'm gonna be so happy. Oh, we gotta fix like a little bug where we're doing some debugging there. That's easy enough though. It did not just work. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Because I believe our API endpoint might not even have those queryable yet. Let's go double check that. Like, let's make sure we're sending that data over the wire. But as far as the front end goes, man, this abstraction is basically that much of a drop-in. Oh, I'm so happy about that. That's how you know it's a good abstraction. So the other day, we created an abstraction around this kind of like page layout. So I can show you a quick version of it, right? We've got one page that's like the old version. And if we look at it, it's around 350 lines. With the abstraction we created, it's around 150 lines. So we're saving about 200 lines of code, of repetitive, like really repeated code, on about 7 pages with the abstraction that we built out. Now, we didn't know what the abstraction needed to be until we had this many instances of it, right? Because a premature abstraction could be way worse for us. It happens to a lot of guys. Sorry, that was a bad joke. Anyway, but yeah, that's the main gist, right? We're saving around 1,400 lines of repetitive code. The feature we're working on right now is making sure that the abstraction is actually working correctly. So I want to look at the request and make sure that that went over the wire the way we wanted. I don't think it did. Okay, so we've still got a flaw there. I think this is going to be like min amount, max amount. But, yeah, like here on this page, we see fetch items there. Min adjustment, max adjustment. Those should still be making it into the URL, though. So it's not necessarily about lines that matter as much here. It's about logic. If I wanted to change the logic, it would be a lot more effort. So as an example, if we go back and look at data transfer here and we go to usage, which hasn't been switched to the abstraction yet, well, number one, we get that weird bug, which sucks. But we also end up getting like, so because we actually updated our filter abstraction too, that's a little better. So technically, we still get this abstraction for free, but there is still like other repeated code. So this is actually a little better. It doesn't matter to me, Afjack. Okay, so that's at least one of the other bugs. So we have 7 pages in which we have this like per page functionality with this filter logic. And that per page, we didn't actually have updating, like, doing a fetch request when it changes. So because of that, we'd have to go to 7 pages to make that change. And what's up, Pravan? How you doing? No, Crispy, not at all. I'm talking about having 7 different pages that have this per page logic, and they all have the same bug where when we change it, it doesn't actually trigger a refetch. Now, another thing that we were fixing that actually we did get for free because of the abstraction around filters was that we have this like clear filter functionality that we can fix, which is nice. Yeah, so basically that's the thing we've been working on for the past, I want to say 2, maybe 3 days. Right? Just this like thing that we do on 7 pages and probably more in the future that we just you know, needed to save ourselves some work on as we wanted to fix stuff because it needs to be consistent, right? And I don't want to have to fix the same bug on 7 different pages, right? That is a major code smell. But real quick, let me use the restroom because, yeah, I've been drinking the tea, pouring the water. So, 1 second. Oh, and yeah, Walter's good. And Quenzi, thank you for the follow. All right, so back to the step that we're on right now. And yeah, eventually we'll want to get some like local data caching. I'm not going to refactor to React query just yet, but that is definitely on the horizon. I'd say that's post MVP though. And I think I like the idea of this being min and max amount. And that might be part of why the back end didn't update that. But also, I just don't know if we're handling this on the back end. All right, so one thing. Yeah, that was never going to work. So as far as a prop for this goes, we want to maybe give it like entity name. Damn! They nailed it. Walter's going fine. All right, so now we're not passing that through. All right, we may not even use singular, but I think as far as the abstraction goes, it's worth it being there. So we built an abstraction around this type of like page functionality. We have 7 pages that we need to bring that abstraction onto, where there was a lot of like duplicated logic. We're on page number 2 right now. All right, so we do see min amount and max amount. Yeah, so I think we are still understanding that there is a back-end problem for this. Yeah, we have no concept of querying the amount properly. So now we've got a bit of like a back-end abstraction, but I think enough of this stuff is going to be different that I don't necessarily want to mess with it right now. Yeah, and we've got an abstraction, or not abstraction, a common bit there. Min amount, max amount. Min scale, max scale. right, min quota. When it's not min scale, max scale, it's start scale, end scale. That's going to bite me a few times, but probably not that many. Sure, source code. Sounds fun. I don't like that. Yes, I am using Dynamo. What do you mean by that, Privan? Currently I'm not needing to do that, so I'm not sure. Like, I can pass a search value. Where is search being used? So if search, yeah, so you can add as many filter expressions as you want. right? Like you would just craft your filter expression with contains and something else and something else. I'm almost positive you can do that. I don't know what the limit is. You'd have to check the Dynamo docs. Right now, I've got it somewhat simple. But let's double check. Do I do filter expression anywhere else? Yeah, see? So I'm combining some other stuff. So if I'm doing like a between thing, right, I can add my between string. Yeah, Firestore is just garbage. No one should be using Firestore in production. It is not Google's answer for Dynamo whatsoever. I believe Google does have something that they treat as their answer for Dynamo. What is that, BigQuery? I think BigQuery you still end up using SQL though, right? So you're not using SQL whatsoever in this case. Okay. So it's like BigQuery is indexing Firestore data? Is that the way that works? Got it. Yeah, I think that's still a bad abstraction. My biggest problem with Firestore is actually permissions. Right? Establishing security, when you're doing like the real-time data thing, like client side or whatever, you have to be very particular and explicit about who can access what and where. And the way you define that is just not portable in any way. So I really don't like that. I don't like the mixing of your auth with your data access. Like those are separate things to me. Because it's just so easy to mess up and then anyone can write any data they want. I've hacked an app before when they didn't have permissions set up right. You guys have heard this story. Maybe. I don't know. I'll tell it again. At a company I used to work at, it was an agency or contracting, or not contracting, but like consultancy or whatever. They had a policy of when you get up from your desk, lock your screen so that no one can just get in there and do stuff. As part of like a fun side project, a coworker built a thing called Tomato. The company was called Fresh Consulting, right? I came up with the naming convention of naming things after like internal tools after like fruits and vegetables. I did that. Yeah, I'm proud of that. They created a thing called Tomato where you could hack a coworker by logging into Tomato on their machine because we were all like logged in via like Google anyway, right? And you would just click a button and say who you were doing the hacking, and bam, you would get points for hacking a coworker. It was all fun and games, right? Like really cool seeing like all these people like get each other. I had a consistent 0 on the scoreboard until one day someone decided to get me. And that was just, I took that personally. So then I started thinking about it. I looked at the app and I realized that there was no permissions, and I just went into DevTools, modified the script as it's running in the browser, right? You don't need any special access to the server or any of that junk. And then I just simply modified the script to give that person negative a million points. I didn't even give myself a million points. I gave them negative a million points. Yeah. I do feel bad because it basically killed the application. Nobody ever used it again, as far as I remember. It was a great idea, but you don't hack me. You don't hack me. Like, yeah, like, you know. But yeah, hey, what's up, Jared? How you doing? Yeah, I didn't know that you actually streamed. So yeah, it was good to check out your stream earlier. So Sergeant Pepper, you missed like the whole story. Basically, we had an app at work where if you left your computer open, someone could log into this web app and hack you by giving themselves points, right? They would get a point for hacking you, you would lose a point for being hacked. I had zero forever. Someone did it to me and I got hacked and I went scorched earth because they were using Firebase. So I just, using the runtime scripting, edited the scripting to give them negative a million points when I clicked a button. Boom. I did leave my PC unlocked once after like 4 or 5 months at the office when it was after hours. Like, it was such a ridiculous thing. Like, yeah, no, I got him. But yeah, later, Prevent. Yeah, that's awesome, Jared. Yeah, super cool. Yeah, I noticed someone followed me yesterday or earlier today or something, and I went and checked out their page, and they're a streamer, and I noticed that you were like one of their like recommended streams while you're offline, kind of thing. So yeah, that was cool. Yeah, TG Khalil seems cool. Yeah, I love that like network effect a little bit. It's pretty nice. Yeah. If you're already like at your company, there is some level of trust there already, right? If you're at a coffee shop, I get it. If you're at the company office and you have to have a badge to get in, right? Like all it takes is one person because they have access to the entire thing anyway, right? When the call's already coming from inside the house, it doesn't matter. Right? It's just like the argument people have against local storage for tokens. Well, what if a rogue script, like a bad dependency gets in and then leaks your local storage token? If a bad script got in, it can do anything it wants anyway. If you have a cookie, the same problem actually exists still because the call is coming from inside the house. A rogue script can just make a request on your behalf. Problem solved. Sure. Again, if you're in a privileged environment already, it's just security theater at that point, you know? And yes, Mr. Elfman, exactly. I understand that for some applications, it might make sense. I get it. But also, even if you have secure cookies going, a rogue dependency can just make a request on your behalf. Transfer 1,000 Bitcoin away from your wallet or whatever, right? Transfer $1,000 away from your bank. The problem is not the storage mechanism of your auth layer. The problem is the bad dependency that got in. Right? The problem is not the storage mechanism of your auth layer, or yeah, of your auth layer. The problem is the ability for someone to do cross-site scripting, if that's a vulnerability. In any case, they've already won. Yeah, there you go. Right? You're going to have way worse problems with people that work at the company than some bad dependency that you pulled down supply chain style, right? A disgruntled employee is far more likely than a supply chain attack, especially at big companies. Especially at very small companies. Yeah, but that's the only thing you're guarding against when you're having to lock your screen in a privileged environment anyway. That's all you're guarding against. A malicious employee. Because you're already in a privileged environment that you had to badge in to get into anyway. He was crypto mining. Boom. Nailed it. No, I don't know. It's like Superman 3. Sorry, Office Space reference right there. He was just siphoning off like fractions of a penny from each transaction, right? You know, it's like the little like the tray at the gas station, right? Like you'll take a penny. From the jar, the kids in Africa jar? No, 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 that's the jar. I mean the tray. The pennies for everyone. There you go, Halfjack. That's nice. All right, so let me get another page going, another album going. There we go. Okay, so oof. There you go, Sergeant. Yeah, kid things, right? Like we don't know any better. Not when we were kids. All right, so yeah, back to what we're looking at here. This does feel right-ish to me, except that needs to be amount. Will it blend? It did not blend. So the problem is that it's not doing our conversion like we expected. So start scale, end scale being KB. Oh, that would be it. Hold on. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, never mind. No, that's not it. Right? Quota adjustments. Hmm. Well, we can get rid of that at least. Oh. So wait, scale didn't make it through. Well, that would be a big part of it. Hmm. Yep. That would be it. So it's actually it is still a front end problem here. It's this get quota adjustments that's not taking in that scale value. Right. Yeah, yeah. So this is where we got to do start scale, end scale. All right. Will it blend? Like a glove. Yes. All right. So let's go fix that one bug we have in the filter component. And it's barely a bug. It's just like a debug value that we left in. I saved all of that. Yeah. So we'll call that good. So src there. Wait. So what's up? What is that screen with the animated background? That's just my terminal, right? So I got my server running, which is the database stuff, and you see all the queries. I've got the front end running, which shows you basically nothing. And then, yeah, this is just like standard terminal where I'm adding and committing things. And yes, I know. Should I be using GitKraken or GitLens? Probably. I don't think a lot of like the Git logic is something that I find value in, right? GitLens, I couldn't live without the inline blame or a lot of the gutter stuff or being able to highlight and get this info, like all that. Like I couldn't live without that. Like that is, man, that is GitLens's bread and butter. This project is just a solo project. Yeah, inline blame is GitLens. Yeah. As a solo project, I don't benefit from a lot of the features that I think actually make GitKraken and GitLens something worth paying for. Right? To me, abstracting out the basic Git commands I'm doing, nah. If I need to bisect, sure, but why would I need to bisect on a solo project? So because this is a solo project, I just don't get a lot of the benefits that I would get working on a team instead. I'm not going to have crazy merge conflicts, so I don't need the merge conflict resolution tools nearly as much. Right? Like, I'm not even using proper issues for this project, so I wouldn't benefit from Launchpad. So really, like, this project just doesn't benefit from a lot of that. I think that's an Oh My Zish thing. Yeah, Oh My Zish actually ships with pretty much all of those aliases. I still just don't care. I'm not always in an Oh My Zish environment, and I still need, you know, still need to be able to have the muscle memory of typing the commands. To me, the effort of typing out git commit versus GC is not the actual problem. What does GL even do? Git log? I don't even think GL does what you think. I mean, I have git log set up as an alias. Oh, I guess, no, this is a new machine. Hold on, so we should go set up that alias. Oh, it's git LG, that's right. Do I have that set up? I do. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, a good alias for git log is really useful. I understand that completely. Yeah, this is like what you're talking about, right, Mr. Elfman? If there were multiple people on the project, it would show like the branching and all that stuff. That makes sense. That's a good use case for it. Yeah, I think the commit graph in GitLens is a lot more useful. But yeah, real quick, a better git log. If you want that nice, better output version of git log, it's really just a pretty simple alias, right? It's just this. You alias it to LG, and then you do get LG instead of get log, and you get better functionality. You're still not going to get nearly as much like interactivity and other stuff that you would get from like the commit graph in GitLens. I do think that would be a cool addition to our CLI tool. So I'm curious about that, Mr. Elfman. Why not just squash when you merge, right? Like squash on merge solves that problem completely. I still feel like you could just do squash on merge, but I don't know. I've never used Garrett, so I don't know. But yeah, how's it going, Rocket Eyes? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, Garrett has no concept of a merge. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Well, I mean, it's the same kind of problem, right? You could squash on rebase. That doesn't change anything. Right? You can still enforce rebases and not merge commits while still squashing when you bring it into the main branch. Like squashing is not merge specific. Like I would rather maintain the branch and the commit history within that branch. And then if you like, you know, when that thing got merged in, you can actually go look at the history of what someone did as they're going through it. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like a really weird process to me. But oh well. Well, Lightning Titan, you're always going to have imposter syndrome, so it doesn't matter. I don't want to work with a dev that doesn't have imposter syndrome. They're almost always insufferable. That makes sense, Mr. Elfman. Google has to do that mainly because of like the massive size of their monorepo. Like in many cases, Google problems are not our problems. But how big is it? It's not Google sized. Like you could reasonably pull down the entire monorepo, right? Oh, is it huge? Okay. Well, then there you go. That makes sense then. Goes all the way back to the 90s. Oh. Ugh. Exactly, Dr. Drap. Yeah. Yep. No, that happens, man. That level of second guessing is called having a conscience. I don't want to work with a dev that doesn't have a conscience, that doesn't think they can ever be wrong. I really don't want to work with a dev like that. I have worked with devs like that, and they are the worst. Just the worst. And pretty much every single time I've worked with a dev like that, we've ended up undoing a bunch of the weird BS they did months after they've left. It's the same thing, F-Jack. You're splitting hairs. Just because you describe it differently doesn't mean it's a different thing. Do you need to be an expert of JS to start with TS? Nope. Ooh. And we'll clean these up. We'll just leave them here. I think it's fine. Okay, so we did the quota adjustments page. Let's do quota usages. And again, we've got 350 lines in here. We want to crank that down by about 200. And let's do this. Let's just make sure that we keep this file around. I want to keep the file, but we're going to... Oh, and that was the wrong file. Whoops. And thank you for the raid, Silvis. What were you streaming? Something about a new circuit? So were you doing like hardware design? Or is it more like something new of the week? right? Because in Spanish, semana is the week, right? Fin de semana is the weekend. Yeah, I don't speak French, so I don't know what you were. Well, actually, hold on. Is that Portuguese? That's Portuguese, right? Okay. So in Portuguese, you say Circuit de la Semaine, which I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. Oh, it was French. De la. I wasn't even familiar French used the words de la. It was French. Okay. So in French, you say Circuit de la Semaine, and that means weekend, right? I just want to double check I'm getting that, yeah? Oh, new track of the week. Oh, okay. So Semaine is still week. Got it, got it. So then do you just say like fin de la semaine as like the weekend in French? And forgive my bad pronunciation. Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, I took 3 years of Spanish in high school, and I remember a few bits and pieces. It does really like does make it kind of like interesting how common some of the phrases are between French and Spanish. You know, Romance languages, so I get it. Yeah, I mean, crispy for my second and third year Spanish classes. Third year, I think specifically. Second, we were still allowed to use a little bit of English. In the third year of Spanish class, we weren't allowed to use any English in class. It was like a full on immersion class. It was nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My conversational Spanish would be bad, but I can read Spanish still somewhat. Like, there's plenty of vocabulary words I don't have memorized, but sentence structure and conjugation and all that BS, I can do all right. No, Silvis, your English is fine, man. If you hadn't had your title in French, I would have assumed you're just an English speaker. Like, let me put it this way: you speak better English than most native English speakers, as far as your typing goes, at least. What's the Bruce Willis quote? Like, "Lady, I only speak English and bad English." All right. Technically, most Americans only speak bad English. I'm trying to remember what movie that was in. Was that Die Hard 3? I don't think it was Fifth Element. Could have been Fifth Element. Do I really speak that slowly? I know I slow it down sometimes, especially when people tell me I speak slowly. I guess I speak slowly compared to the Primogen, but most people do. I think it's my non-regional diction. Now, BeginBot talks much faster. Right? Listening to BeginBot and Tej earlier today. BeginBot can use words very quickly. No, I think that's basically it. I enunciate quite well. I also break up my sentences a bit. Like I add pauses more than most might. And I just emphasized it right there, but you know what I mean. I will point out that yes, know what I mean. I say very quickly in like regular context because of Ernest. Anyone remember the Ernest movies? Know what I mean, Vern? I need to rewatch Ernest Goes to Camp. I love Ernest Goes to Camp. Yeah, only a couple of them actually hold up, but Ernest Goes to Camp holds up really well. Ernest Goes to Jail. Eh, it's all right. I think Ernest Scared Stupid is my second favorite. Ooh, Saves Christmas is my second favorite. So it's Goes to Camp, Saves Christmas, Scared Stupid as far as my top three. Saves Christmas is so classic. There's the bit when he's in the sleigh and he's about to wreck and he stops midair, right? Because flying reindeer and all. And he's like, air brakes. My parents quote that all the time. All the time. And for people who are unaware of the joke, in massive like semi trucks, they have standard like brakes with brake pads, and then they also have what they call the Jake brake, which is an air brake. And the Jake brake is what they use when you hear it going by. It's like wah, 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 right? Like if you ever hear a semi going like down a steep hill, those are the Jake brake or the air brake. Yeah, no worries, Silvis. Have a good night. Ernest Goes to Camp, I believe, was the first film. He got famous from some commercials. I don't think it was like milk. It was some like farmer like dairy like ad campaign kind of thing. I believe in like the southeast. And then he leveraged that character into I believe the film was first. Uh, yeah, Ernest Goes to Camp. Then technically he had already had a movie. Yeah, that was an Ernest movie, wasn't it? You're right. Yeah, Ernest was a character in that. You're right. Good call. Yeah, I forgot that Ernest was like the main character in that. I remember all the other characters he played as Dr. Otto. And pretty much all of those characters ended up making it into his TV show. There's a song. Hold on. No, no, we need to hear this song. Dr. Otto song. It's a minute and 22 seconds, but. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, no, this is the Our Love Festers one. Damn it, what's the other song? Dr. Otto Moonbeam song. Oh, he did. Yeah, he was great. Maybe it is this one? Oh, this is the one. Here you go, YouTube. Put this on and jam out with us. This is from the movie. Right? This is good, isn't it? Maybe. Are they just Playing it twice. Oh, it's both of them. So there was the restoration, and then this is like the film version. All right, so this is actually like the film version. Sounds about the same to me. Oh, wrong thing. Yeah, exactly. It's from the same era. I think I just discovered another bug. Yep. Okay, and this definitely does need start scale and end scale. All right, let's get back to some synthwave. I had to hear that song. All right, so we might be good on that. Yeah, I think we are set. We might not need that copy. And yeah, so our usage endpoint is actually like way older. Uh, no, this actually looks about right. No, quotas usage get all that. Oh, I think I might see it. Hold on. All right, so then if we look at the columns, we've got quota usage ID, then account ID, then amount, then created at. All right, so then from here, when we're doing the rows, uh, all right, so something's up here. So we've got the default sort column and sort direction set. But I think we might have something hard-coded in our table wrapper. So I didn't notice that, but I bet on this page we have the same bug. It does look to me like it's actually being sorted by account ID. Hmm. Oh, we do see that sort key and direction are being passed as is, so it's a flaw we have somewhere in there. All right. Let me pour some more water. And yeah, how you doing, Adexa? Yeah, it's going well. Let me go use the restroom. Pour some more water while I'm at it. We'll be right back. So yeah, we know what the bug is, though. Okay. And I'm back. Hmm. I just got a new CPU for my gaming machine because I was realizing that I'm being CPU bottlenecked playing Path of Exile 2. Right? From what I can tell, my graphics card is maintaining 15 millisecond render times just fine, especially because I'm doing like the upscaling and stuff. But my CPU is maintaining 30 frames a second and dipping way lower when a lot of stuff's going on. My CPU is old in my gaming PC. It's an i5 8400. And for a very like data heavy game like PoE 2, that is a problem. So I'm getting myself an i9 9900 because I don't feel like upgrading and getting like a whole new PC. So it's basically like the best CPU I could get besides some kind of Xeon something or other for the socket that I have on my motherboard. So it's basically like the cheapest upgrade I can do without having to buy everything, basically. Exactly. Yeah, it's like 400 bucks versus like 3 grand, you know? And 3 grand, I'd still have to like catch some deals, you know? I've seen some people recommend that Costco will often sell their like floor models for like a heavy discount. And you can even sometimes talk them down if there's like scuffs on the case or something like that, which sounds great. And the only thing, like, they're not like epic PCs, they're more expensive than they probably should be when you buy them, like, you know, proper without getting the floor model. But you'll probably still end up wanting to replace maybe the cooling or possibly the, like, most likely the power supply and then possibly the cooling. Probably also want to like max out the RAM. I bet they'll probably have like pretty basic bit. But as far as like a good starter PC, you might be able to luck out with a Costco floor model. Yeah, like you should specifically look for the floor model when they're like done selling that specific configuration or whatever. Those floor models are like the deal. But yeah, that's what I'll be looking at. Otherwise, I don't know. I can't justify the budget for a long time. You know, I want to save up enough to get a house or something. So 3 or 4 grand on a PC just ain't it. Now, granted, I spend more than that traveling sometimes. I would get more value out of a new PC than I would out of traveling. If I'm being honest. But okay. So real quick, why is sort key being sent that way? There you go. That's basically 5 grand, right? When you do the conversion. No, I think it's more than that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't use Amex. I just know like my credit card. There you go. Yeah, let me double check something. Yeah. So the 200,000 points I got from my bank or my card or whatever is about equal to 2,000. So yeah. I'm not talking about like the value you get like to put into it. I'm talking about the value you get from it. And like the effective value of 500,000 points is about $5,000, right? Yeah. There may be certain things that you can get a better deal on if you go through them, but they're also often not as cheap as you can get it without using the points, which is tough. Like through the bank I use, there's an Apple integration, but the Apple stuff you can buy isn't like as customizable, which is really annoying. So, yeah, I've been meaning to do this actually. Probably just get my mom a MacBook Air. I was waiting for the 15 inchers to be refreshed, but yeah, I might just pull that trigger. Airfare for three. Yeah, I mean, but that's like over the pond. Like, yeah, that's one hell of a trip. Sounds great. Yeah, let me double check this. I wonder if they're even like overcharging. Like if they charge more through here. I want to check this real quick. I just got to see if like they're the same prices. How do I just get to the store? Here we go. So this one is for the 8-core CPU, 10-core GPU. And that's all of them. Okay. So then there's what? Just the 15? Oh, hold on. Here we go. 15 M3. I think my mom would be fine with a 15 M3. What up, Puzzlist? How you doing? So yeah, 8-core, 10-core. Yeah, yeah. Oh, so it's the same prices. That's good. Oh, you get to like pick the different adapter, but that's about it. That's the only difference, really. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll get that for my mom. Because, yeah, do we think they're actually going to update the MacBook Air 15 with the M4, or would they only do it for like the Super Mini, right? Like the 13. Because I have heard that they kind of update those like out of band. When is the next MacBook Air update? You think so? Okay. I think it'd probably be worth it to wait. Oh, and they did just update it last spring. But I think it's definitely worth like the upgrade price, yeah? Wrong class. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Okay, anyway, back to what we're building here. Yeah, why are we not sorting by the right column by default? That seems like a bug in my abstraction. I think the sort key and sort direction stuff, I might even want to just wait, right? Get all these other pages like ported over first, just to maintain that like process, like assembly line style. And then after that, we can fix like the sorting problem. Oh. Oh, we do see it. Hold on. So we're doing or account ID when instead we want default sort column and default sort direction. So now I think we end up just fixing that. Like a glove. I think the arrow direction is wrong. Yeah, so our sorting logic is off. That's a totally separate bug, though. So it's basically just the direction of what, like, ascending versus descending means. Yeah, all right. That's easy enough. This one actually seems right, like the arrow we're drawing there. So for account ID, we're good. That does look like that is descending. Now that it actually seems right to me. Except, yes, all right. So in our logic, yeah, we're calling that descending, even though that's just incorrect. Hmm. So it functionally works. It's just incorrect here. But only for date values. For all of the other like sort values, I think, yeah, it's accurate. That's a little curious to me. Meh. All right, whatever. All right, so we fixed that bug. Let's finish the implementation details of being able to sort and filter. Yep, that looks fine to me. All right, so then this is not going to work. So we could do 0 to 1,000. Yep. Okay, so that is now breaking for us. All right, and that's a back-end issue. And a pretty easy back-end issue to fix as well. So yeah, we can get rid of this copy of that page. All right, so then the back end, this one, we are doing that stuff. We're just not coercing the value like we wanted. Which means I can just pull that out. Okay, so min range and max range are no good. And that... And yeah, Krasner, how you doing? Sorry, Mr. Sir. I forgot to say hi. What you up to? Yeah, Puzzless, what you been up to? And yeah, the fact that we have so much like common BS with this part means I probably want to make a utility function. But we'll wait until we start getting into the balance part to see how much we're like duplicating with that. We can always refactor that the next time it's actually like a thing we got to deal with. So now, let me look at what we're actually sending over the wire. We are sending start scale and end scale. We are not sending min amount, max amount. And I believe that's because we've got it as min quota, max quota. So that's on the front end. Yep. All right, so we'll clear. Apply like a glove. Boom. All right, so we do that. That's 2 pages we just knocked out while dealing with a couple bugs. All right, so the next pages we got to look at now. Let's go to balance accounts first. And again, yep, 350 lines that we can crank down to 150 with a good abstraction. And yeah, I think there's even like one further step of abstraction that we could take with this. I'm hesitant to make that change yet, though. Right, to where we might take this 150 lines and crank it down to like 50. Because a lot of what we're doing in here is kind of just boilerplate for the query or like the API request that we're making. So at some point, I might be able to just pass this and the page callback for that state, and we're good to go. Right? So it would be like mainly that plus like all this config would probably still need to be there, right? Like the table rows. But yeah, like this logic is basically all the same. Right? Like all that. Yep. Yeah, we could abstract out all of that too. So if we think about it, that's what? 20 lines ish. It'd be like 40 lines. It's probably not worth the abstraction. It depends on how much we're like gonna need to duplicate and change in many places later. So the moment we have to go make a change in a bunch of these pages, that's when we would consider the abstraction. I like the approach of not caring about the perfect abstraction and just like whittling it down a little. You know what? Yeah, what am I gonna have for dinner tonight? I'm thinking some nice spicy chow mein. Gotta start thinking about it like nowish. I could also do a steak. Steak and french fries. If I was going to do steak, I needed the sous vide heating already. So no, we're not going to do the sous vide. Yeah, you got to like add your own chicken to make it like real proper. But yeah, those aren't bad. Yeah, they're the ones that like you store in your freezer, right? Those ones are not bad. Like I like more protein. Comes with pork slices. Yeah, I just like more protein in it personally. But they are good. They're quite good. I like the pho packages. They're more like a standard ramen. Like it's not like pre-made in any way, but it's like the seasoning is really nice and all that. You get the noodles, and then basically you just add the protein that you want, and it's amazing. Yeah, the pho ones are really good, but they don't come with a protein at all. You got to add your own protein. Ichiran, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I like to like recently I've been doing like a good like beef pho, where like I've got like smaller things of beef, which I need to remind myself. I don't have a grocery list nearby, but oh, I should totally do that. Actually, yeah, let me go write it on a grocery list while I go get some pork thawing for chow mein tonight. Because yeah, I need to get more of like the smaller beef like chunks, like not steaks, but like they're like really good for any type of like sliced beef kind of thing you want to do. So if I was gonna do Mongolian beef or um, like a Philly cheesesteak or any of that, like the smaller chunked beefs in like a big thing, vacuum freezing those like individually smaller is really nice. So yeah, I'll do the pho like really quick 5 minutes, and I'll like thaw the little mini beefs, and then I'll just sear them on the outside. And you don't need to like sear them that much because you want them slightly like raw still, because once you throw them into the soup, they're gonna like cook in the soup, like after slicing and all that. So yeah, it's oh man, love it. But BRB, let me go thaw this pork. Okay. So yeah, before we move on to this next, oh, that is a flashbang, wasn't it? Yeah, sorry, my bad. 'Twas a bug. No, see, I just felt like you guys needed a bit of a tan. You're welcome. How often do I eat out? Um, at least once a month when I go out to Seattle JS. Uh, I've been on a cadence of ordering Indian food, like delivered, like once a week. And that's about it. The Indian food is just so good, but once I can start making my own, if I can find like a good pre-mixed recipe for butter chicken, then yeah, I'll just do that myself, you know? So yeah, we've got ourselves a little bug here, though, huh? Oh, because balance accounts doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, yeah, I love cooking. Like, there's something really special about making a meal that, you know, you made exactly the way you wanted. Like, I do a chicken fried steak that is so good, I can't eat chicken fried steak at a restaurant anymore. Right? Like, it's not even just the taste, but the service of it, right? A chicken fried steak at most restaurants will sit there dying under the heat lamp, getting like soggy, while like the rest of the table's food is coming up. And it's just, nah, man, can't do it. Meanwhile, when I make a chicken fried steak at home, it is, oh, so good. Yeah, family stuff. Like, I could understand doing like takeout for family more. Maybe like a food prep kind of like day, and then just stuff that you can do. Like, um, growing up, we had typically a couple meals that we would make that we could cook at home. Like my mom did these like chicken wings, where it's just chicken wings, but like the way you broil them in the oven and like flip them and all that, you get the juice and then you put it on noodles, right? The noodles and the chicken wings would last easily like another day for lunch and dinner. And man, yeah, just good shit. I've been meaning to start doing that, like the chicken wing dish. Cause yeah, like the grease from the chicken onto some noodles, toss that, chef's kiss, like so good. Yeah, exactly. And then during the week, it's a lot tougher. There are things like you know, like the Tex-Mex style tacos where you do like the old El Paso, like ground beef seasoning, right? And then just like the tortilla shells that are like pre-shaped and crispy and chunky and all that, right? Like that's a decent like last you 2 days kind of meal as well. Yeah, I typically don't do leftovers for any of the stuff I make. Like chicken carbonara leftovers, or not even chicken carbonara, just carbonara leftovers don't sound that great. Leftovers of like the chow mein I make, meh. I'm not a big fan of leftover noodles for the most part. The chicken noodles we used to make, sure. But yeah, I don't know. And I don't do leftover rice either. I'm fairly anti leftovers, actually. Like I'm not saying I won't eat them, but it really depends on the leftovers. Eh, eh. I've I've gotten burned too many times from food poisoning from rice. Like I know if it's your own, you can do it right. But yeah, like I don't trust like restaurant leftover rice. Let me put it that way. Because I already consider that they've probably been having it sitting away, maybe when it was being delivered or being plated, where it was like sitting there, bacteria growing, because rice like naturally grows botulinum toxin, I believe. And I've had bad experiences with restaurant rice before. Leftover fried rice. I mean, as long as you're near a toilet. Yeah. Not dangerous as in going to kill you, but dangerous as in your guts will be really messed up. And, you know, technically, yes, messed up guts will dehydrate a lot of people, and that can kill you. But yeah, good old bubble guts. Like I ate some Taco Del Mar once here in Seattle, right? The one right there by Pike Place. And we were stuck in Seattle. Being stuck in Seattle with bubble guts is a really bad problem. But yeah, we don't need to be too gross. There might be people eating right now. But anyway, so yeah, we poured one of these. It's about 4:45, 5 o'clock, close enough, rounding up. I do have a bunch of video editing to do tonight. I'm not even sure I'll be able to game, but we will cook. It's like a heavy editing session where I got to do a lot of like screen capture and then like motion, like zooming in on things. No, it'll be chow mein. It was either going to be chow mein, carbonara, or shrimp scampi. I feel like I don't need the butter from the scampi. Oil's marginally better, but still better. And what's up, Melted Fire? How you doing? I just poured one myself. Yeah, my carbonara is pretty good. I'm a little bummed because, yeah, if eggs go through the roof, I will not be eating carbonara for a while. But I'm glad I at least ate it while I could, and then it'll be a nice treat eventually when I decide it's worth the cost. What was the Costco pricing pretty reasonable? I'm expecting Costco to be sold out just due to like the scare factor of it. Right, when I finally get to Costco, either tomorrow or Saturday. I really just don't like leaving the house. I am such a homebody. So, like, basically, I have some stuff waiting for me at my P.O. box. I've got something arriving either tomorrow, but probably won't be able to get it till Saturday, just due to, like, the time it arrives tomorrow, probably. So, I'm pretty much not going to Costco until I can go to the P.O. box on the way, even though it's within, like, a mile and a half for both of them. putting on shoes and starting the car. Like, ugh. Ugh. Nobody got time for that. And what's up, Lily? How you doing? And hey, Anup, how you doing over on YouTube? What you up to? Yeah, I am very much a homebody. Yeah, the bird flu thing, yeah. Yeah, if I had property, I would totally do the chickens thing. Like, I just have my own chickens. That'd be great. Real quick. I missed a couple follows. Sorry. Iago. I like the way you spelt that name. That's great. Chow GG and Avandro IC Dev. Maybe it's like Ikdev. I don't know if that's a name or something. But Avandro, I can say. So yeah, thank you for the follows, everyone. And then Anup, you're learning Go. Nice. Oh, I wear pants, but these are like not quite sweatpants. They're like that thin kind of like exercise pant or whatever. I'll wear them when I'm like going to the grocery store and stuff, but if I'm actually like going out, nah. If I'm going out, I'm going to put on a proper pair of slacks. But hold up, have I bragged about how awesome my slippers are? Look at these. They're like sleeping bags for your feet. They're so good. Llama is not a valid command. You need to install Llama. No, you wouldn't. I wouldn't walk outside in snow in them. Hell no. Yeah, I don't know, Lily. This isn't a troubleshooting stream for that kind of stuff. Sorry. There are all sorts of places for that. Random Twitch streamers is not the way to go. Maybe you need Winamp because it really whips the llama's ass. Who here's old enough to remember that? I know me and Sergeant Pepper, at least. I know, right? Some of them were really cool. That would actually be kind of fun. Like, make your own custom Winamp skin. I never actually tried. But yeah, Lily, thank you for the follow. Even if you are going to leave pretty much immediately to go find someone else to troubleshoot that for you. All right, so this balance accounts page. We did that. We need to start doing the migration of the names of things. So balance accounts. But it's account balances. Yeah. It's the, yeah, I don't like how we flipped that convention-wise. We may decide to do something about it. But not right now. Ooh. Yeah, we might need to fix that separately. Balance unit, though, is not something we're going to need. That becomes number range. We'll call that balance. That value goes away. We don't have scale values. You just fixed a browser bug that's been haunting you. Okay. What was the bug? And yeah, Anup. How are you learning Go? I'm curious if there's like a course you're taking, or if you're just reading through like their book, or if you're just learning by building. I majorly prefer learning new languages by building, but that's because I've already learned a few. But even back when, like, you know, when I was learning Go and Rust for the first time, I just built something and then Googled for the stuff I needed to. And you're able to pick up a lot of like the syntax stuff from just, you know, the readmes of stuff like Gin or any of the frameworks or any of that. So yeah, I was able to pick up a lot of the syntax from just like having the right like extension for VS Code, and then also just learning the patterns from the examples of setting up endpoints and all that stuff. I'm a big fan of just learning by doing. I'm not a huge fan of lessons. Like snowboarding. I never took a lesson for snowboarding. Ugh. Ugh. All right, 1 second. You just fixed a browser bug. They got stuck so you couldn't adjust them. It broke some of your personal Zig dependencies for a bit. Your browser got stuck? I think there might have been a message that got missed or something there, Afjack. Okay. Oh, and I should have done the Quota accounts page. Yeah, because Quota accounts follows basically the same pattern for some of this. Drinking beanie match? You're not wrong. Touche. Oh, and hold on. Someone gave me a follow. So not a follow, a sub. Hey, Avandro, thank you for that sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, I almost spaced on that. Yeah, thanks, Avandro. Man, so you were subbed before you even followed. Or maybe it was a refollow. But either way, thank you. Oh, you had a friend troll you. Got it. Oh, that's fun. That makes more sense. There was some book when I was like super young. I'm talking like first grade, where I misread the title. And it was like stories about ghouls, goblins, and fiends, but I read it as friends. So I was like, ghouls, goblins, and friends? Okay, makes sense to me. And moved on with my day. And I didn't even think about it until I like said the title to someone. I think my mom, and she was like, what? Oh. She had to read the title. So that was fun. Ghouls, goblins, and friends? Yeah, sounds right to me. Ugh, friends. Ugh. There you go. Exactly. Welcome. Nailed it. Nailed it. All right, so the part that I was looking at here. Yeah, the key is going to be account ID. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay, so that fixed a bunch of errors there. As far as the unit goes, nope. Oh, and no worries. Thoughts about Tailwind 4.0? I don't know anything about the Tailwind 4.0 stuff. What does it change? Like, could you tell me your concerns? Like, what are your concerns? Why wouldn't it just continue to work? It's just CSS classes. Like, what do you think will stop working? Oh, the CSS first config. Is this required? So you can configure, right? But it's not required. So I feel like it'll probably be a smooth upgrade path anyway. Really? I mean, so it does still sound like a bit of hearsay. What breaks? Like, what is going wrong with it? I'd be really curious about that. To me, that sounds like more of an issue with like compiler semantics. I've not heard anything. I'm not an early adopter at all. I'll let other people figure that stuff out. I'm still happy with Tailwind 3. I'm not missing anything with Tailwind 3, right? Like what is the reason to upgrade? None of this shit matters to me. I don't care about the content array. It's easy. I've got it set already. Right? So like nothing's going to break. When starting a new project, Tailwind 4 would make sense. But for an existing Tailwind 3 project, what do you gain by upgrading? I believe one of it was like build times. I don't give a shit about 300 milliseconds. 300 milliseconds is like barely perceptible. Yeah, none of this shit matters to me. I mean, here's the thing, like, are you having to go grab a beer while you're waiting for Tailwind? No, Tailwind is rarely the bottleneck. Rarely. No, I get it, Afjack, but there's a reason why older esports players basically don't exist. Because your reaction times do decrease. It's just a fact of life. There may be a few people, but yeah, there's a reason esports optimizes for children. Yeah, GitHub syncing with render or any of that stuff, right? Like CI/CD, speeding that up is valiant, but do you think these savings from Tailwind are going to impact your CI/CD more than some of the other bullshit? If you're having build like time issues with your front end for CI/CD, there are most likely other places that you will get far better gains than upgrading Tailwind, in my opinion. Right? Like you could go from like Vite, or you could go from something like Webpack to Vite and see a major boost. Right? You could go from something like Webpack to RS Pack and see a major boost. Going from Vite to RS Pack, negligible, right? So there's like diminishing returns on a lot of these optimizations. If you've got an old enough code base that you're doing Webpack, then sure, yeah, look at upgrading that portion of things. But the Tailwind part, I don't care. I do think some of these things are better like developer experience things, like dynamic utility values. I do kind of like data current. So yeah, creating like custom values, sure. No, it's fine. Yeah, I think it was a good thing to check out. A 3D transform, that'll be nice. Yeah, that might be worth updating. I mean, not for my code. The not selector, that'll definitely help. I can see that. if you end up needing some of these things, sure, I get it. At some point, you can just jump out to a CSS file and do any of this stuff anyway, though. So, I don't know. Personally, doesn't matter to me. But I'm glad they're working on it. I'm glad they're doing this stuff. I don't need to update. So I can wait till other people figure out the compatibility concerns. And like upgrade path BS. Like I'm not on React 19 yet either. I could, but I don't need to yet. Right, like my application's performance would see a better boon from updating to React Query versus just Axios fetching, right? I would see way more value from that. So yeah, I guess the big takeaway, and you already got the answer you needed, so no big deal. Totally fine. But I still wanted to like resolve this like thread of what I'm like thinking real quick. And basically, don't get hung up on the FOMO of new versions. Update when it makes sense. The only caveat I'll give to that is for something like Angular that has a regular release cadence, you should probably have a regular update cadence as well. But for things that update whenever they see fit, it's hard to plan for that, and it's usually not worth planning for that. But for something like Angular, where it does have a 6-month whole new major version release cadence, as a company, you should have at least a once-a-year update process. At least a spike ticket, right? Like, we'll dedicate 4 hours to the upgrade. If it takes longer than that, we know we got to get it done, but we might not be able to prioritize it. I think that's the right way to think about it. But again, this is just my opinion. But I have worked in enough companies that are on a really ancient version of Angular, and that becomes a problem. And yeah, man, the thing I'm really liking about Path of Exile is not just the fact that it's got like a good game loop to where like, yeah, I want to find like the next better gear. You can actually get yourself like re-hooked on it by changing up your build significantly, or by starting a new character with that will focus inevitably like a different build as well. Right? Like the initial leveling, you can use the same BS build and like pass that same item back. But once a character is leveled enough, you're going to like diverge from that and probably not use that like leveling item. So Acorn gave me this like staff that's perfect for getting through the first like 35 levels. And then once you've hit that level 35 or so, well then yeah, then you actually follow a build guide to really optimize. And I just did that, right? With my warrior. And my Shouty Warrior build is really good. I almost want to rename him to Gilbert Gottfried. Because all he does is just yell. Like spamming the yell war cry. It's pretty good. His name is currently Lewis Tully. Who knows that reference? He is the Keymaster. I know, it's fine. It's all right. Yeah, sorry, Alan. My favorite bit of trivia about that. Ooh, Kinnison would be a great name. Or Bill Hicks. Oh, man. Goat Boy, technically, would have been a good one. Oh, man, yeah. So many good names. I didn't know I was going to go Shouty Warrior. Until, like, yesterday. But yeah, my favorite bit of trivia from Ghostbusters is, well, it's two bits of trivia. Number one, the neighbor, played by Rick Moranis, named Lewis Tully, was originally going to be acted like a totally different character, was originally going to be John Candy. But John Candy had this idea that he wanted to be like a German guy with a couple like tiny dogs. And now I'm really sad that the world didn't get to see John Candy doing like a really bad German accent. That would have been amazing. Yeah, for sure. But then my second favorite bit of trivia is that Rick Moranis, during that scene where he's like walking around the party introducing people, 100% improv. 100% improv. Like, basically, that character, Ivan Reitman was like, all right, I don't have anything written for this character. I just know they need to be funny. And they have some interactions with Dana the neighbor. And basically, like, yeah, most of, like, the actual scenes with Lewis Tully at his apartment and all that is totally based upon a character that Rick Moranis just came up with. Yeah, exactly. Like, so cool. Very similar to his role in Brewster's Millions. Hey, I'm Morty the Mimic. Right? Like, he totally came up with that role himself. You know it. You know it. What's this guy doing? What's this guy doing? Hey, I'm Morty the Mimic. Like, yeah, dude, you know Rick Moranis came up with that entire character. I don't have that on good authority, but I just assume at this point. Yeah, if y'all didn't know, I'm a huge fan of movies. Well, how huge a fan are you? Well, I'm only 5'6", so I'm not that big. Boom, roasted. Get balance accounts, not account balances. Why am I this way? Yeah, there's only two hard problems in programming. Naming things, cache invalidation, and off by one errors. Shit. Yes, his wife had brain cancer. And yes, he became a single parent to focus on raising his kids. It's actually amazing. Like, it's somewhat sad, but also like, man, that guy's cool. Like, holy shit, that guy's awesome. And just think about it. He got to collect all those residuals from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. They even made a cartoon out of it at one point. He got to do a bunch of amazing films like Little Giants. Yeah, no, Rick Moranis is actually like a really stand-up dude. It's pretty cool. I saw some interview where someone like stopped Willem Dafoe on the street and didn't recognize Willem Dafoe. And was asking him like, well, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And Willem Dafoe's like, I don't know. I can't think past tomorrow. Right? Someone's like, what advice would you give to aspiring actors out there? I don't give advice. Like, dude. But basically, the person that asked him was like, just didn't even recognize that that was actually Willem Dafoe. They asked him his name, and he said Willem. And then they kept interviewing him like he was just some random nobody on the street. So you're an actor. Would you like to star in movies someday or something? Like, that would be hilarious. I would love to see his response to that. Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Or something? Like, that'd be hilarious. All right, let's see. Will it blend? All right, not quite. Not quite. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that'd be hilarious. Okay, so something is up with our fetching. So yeah, cannot read properties of undefined items. Ah, yep, I know where it is. It's where we are destructuring the fetch call. Yeah, what do we actually get back on that response? Account balances, not balance accounts. Why am I this way? Na 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 Batman. Wait, next time you're ready for what? Oh, the flashbang. That's a solid amount. All right. Well played. Did you just go create that emote just now? Okay. That's still awesome, though. Well played. Yeah, dot amount is not it. And I really dislike the fact. Really dislike the fact that we're like inconsistent with that naming. But also that I didn't get any type safety errors for that. And the reason is we set that up wrong. That was my fault. Okay, I get it. I get it. Well, that would be the reason we didn't get any type safety, because I set the type wrong. Samsonite, I was way off. But okay. Should definitely be doing a different initial value. You want to know something funny? I can definitely tell the other streamers that have a community that really overlaps with mine, because I see the dip when they go live. Which is totally fine. I get it. If Acorn isn't streaming, I'm the next best thing. I'll take it. There's a few streams like that. And then there's other streams that are big that don't actually have an effect, which I find also a little interesting. All right, so yeah, this is not going to filter. Right, because we still need to do the back end parts. But if I just do, like, I don't know, negative 100 to 0. Aha! So we uncovered a new bug, and that has to do with our number input. Yep, and it's a, like, 0 evaluation bug. So that's a flaw in our number input. So we got to go fix that. And I'm okay with it, right? Never said we weren't going to have bugs. Could we detect these with proper unit tests? Yeah, but we can also just have good testing values and then fix the bug and then call it good. I think there are certain things that are definitely worth unit testing. And then there are other things that you only test when it's necessary. Yeah, so M, what I would say is if you're doing a utility function, right? Such as the functions I have for formatting currencies, like virtual currency, etc. I could see that being like worth a unit test. But unit testing like UI, like using just snapshots, like who here actually looks deeply at an updated snapshot from a jest test? Who here actually does it? There might be a couple people raising their hands, right? You don't have to actually out yourself or say it. Who here is the only person on their team that actually does it? I bet the hands sticking up are the same people. I bet the hands sticking up are the exact same people. Yes, that is a snapshot test. Yeah, that is literally like what jest it's like bread and butter. So for the most part, given X amount of like a certain set of props, does the component render the exact same? And if it changes, that makes it in as like the snapshot changed. It doesn't necessarily fail the test, but it does require, like, it will fail the test unless someone says, like, when they're adding it as like an update, like, yes, let me add this new snapshot. Then, no. So here's the thing, M. In your local dev, you will get a failure because it changed. The local developer, right, like you yourself, the dev, would say, yes, I intended that change, and you push it. Then during code review, right, it's no longer a failure on your branch because the test passes because you committed the new snapshot. But people reviewing your code, do they look at the snapshot changing? That's the problem. They might see the snapshot change and just looks good to me without actually like reading what changed. So this is more about being able to catch regressions or unintended consequences. If something fails in your local dev that you didn't intend to fail, that's a good way of catching it, right? But in some cases, you intended for the rendering to change. So you push it up as like an updated snapshot. Who here looks at the updated snapshots in code review? And the amount of hands sticking up are the same amount of people that would also say they're the only person that looks at that stuff. Yeah. What I'm getting at is basically a circle. is mathematically a circle, right? Like 99.9999999 repeating is basically 100 and mathematically 100%. Right? Zero point 0.9 repeating is equal to 1. Right? Like fundamentally, they are the same thing. Yeah, yeah. All right. So how should I do this? No. And I wasn't saying you were doing that. No worries. Yeah. I wasn't implying that. Thank you for, being somewhat defensive about that. I wasn't meaning to imply that. So yeah, no worries. I was not even saying you're actually. I know that there are people that will not be within this circle, right? But the parts outside of the circle are very small, you know? And really, it's not even a Venn diagram. It's a big circle and then a slightly, like only very, very, very slightly smaller circle. Right? It's not even like a proper Venn diagram because one of the circles is entirely within the other circle. So hold on. How should I format this? Right? We're going to schedule it for tomorrow morning because why not? I don't know if we need any major formatting. We just treat it like a sentence and call it good. Exactly. Yes. 1,000%. Yep. Yeah. There you go. Exactly. What's up, Bob? It's been a little bit. How you doing? Yeah. What are you up to? There we go. All right. I'm going to call that good. We'll call that good. All right. Scheduled. Nailed it. I think that was a good tweet. I mean, the whole what's the name of it? Definitely typed repo, like at type slash whatever. It's a bit of an anti-pattern. There's only so many libraries that should have that issue. Like React used to have that issue, but they don't anymore, which is really nice. At GitKraken, we're updating to React 19, not for React compiler or any reason you might actually expect, but because it gets finally proper web component support. So, I don't know. There's Like, that was one of the big updates from React 17 to 18, getting proper types. There's just certain times where, like, yeah, proper type safety just doesn't exist. And it will often happen with libraries that are basically abandonware. There's no excuse to ship a package these days without types, in my opinion. If you are shipping any modern package brand new without TypeScript types, you are the kind of dev that will be replaced with AI. Like, let me just put it that way. Even if you're writing pure fucking JavaScript, if you're not shipping types with your library, yeah, you're the dev that's going to get replaced by AI. That's fine, M. What I'm getting at is there's no excuse. Every proper modern library should ship with types, and if they don't ship with types, I would actually start evaluating if there's another library you could use. That should actually be part of the selection criteria for a library. So I don't know, like, you have criteria you use, maybe the amount of stars or when the last update was or whatever, right? I would really, really like equate a long time ago last update with not having TypeScript types. And if it has a modern, like, recent update, but they still don't have proper types bundled with the package, that should be a big red flag. That should be a pretty big red flag. Like, that should be like second to it not having a license. That's the biggest red flag. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's not on you. I would definitely say, though, like, evaluate the dependencies you're bringing in, though, because you might be establishing tech debt by using the wrong packages, right? There may be an alternative that is probably a better choice. Not always, but yeah, I would start evaluating your dependencies a little more at that point. There is most likely another dependency you can pick instead. Not always, and then you bite the bullet. But yeah, selection criteria for packages, it's unique to each person. But again, it's like a bit of a Venn diagram, and we all overlap on the things that we care about. And at this point, having proper TypeScript types is a major thing I care about. Blog post and video incoming within like a month or so. For GitKraken, at GitKraken, we had one dev who decided they were sick and tired of Flow, and they wanted to upgrade to TypeScript. Back when we chose Flow, it was up in the air on what was the better choice. Nowadays, it's pretty obvious. We had one dev who took it as a mission to upgrade our project from Flow to TypeScript. And one of the things he ran into is that, yeah, because Flow is much more strict about your dependencies, we had to create our own internal types for libraries that just didn't have them. Because who ships Flow types these days? Nobody. Yeah, one sec. But basically, yes, what it turns out is that we started bringing in like doing the TypeScript migration, and in the process, he discovered that our own homegrown flow types were not actually congruent with the actual TypeScript types that these libraries shipped with. And they may not have had back when the flow types were written. The flow types were written based on how we used it. So yeah, there's a few things where that migration was tougher because of assumptions made back when other libraries weren't shipping their own types. And we had to write our own and fill the gap. And then all of a sudden, upgrading to TypeScript, things broke because they were actually shipping TypeScript types, not flow types, obviously. That'd be weird. But yeah, so you're saying with your React 19 update, it was because of shadcn. I would actually focus on using shadcn at like the 18 compatibility layer anyway. Like I wouldn't use shadcn that requires version 19. That's actually like a version mismatch that's a problem. And React 18 ships with types. Node ships with types. You shouldn't actually need the Node or React types at all. If shadcn is making that a problem, I would say shadcn is the problem. And you should either revert back to a shadcn version that is React 18 compatible or update your version of React. But yeah, what's up, Seb? Yeah, I would get at the fact that if your IDE is complaining, it's probably a build problem too. That maybe just hasn't caused an error yet, but will. Like, what IDE are you using? That might be part of it. Is that like raw vision? Oh, Rider? Okay. I would look at it maybe being a configuration thing with Rider. That sounds almost like an editor problem, not necessarily like a React problem. Like if you're able to build locally just fine, that's actually an IDE problem then. What I would eventually get at is I'd use Rider for the .NET code and use VS Code for the other stuff then. And see if you have a, like, just try VS Code for only front-end stuff. And see if you have the same issues. I would at least just try another editor for, like, certain parts of it, right? Like, recognizing that the .NET part would be less ideal in other things. Like I've used Rider before and it's so much better for .NET than other stuff. Like than just raw VS Code and like the extension bullshit you got to do for that. Ugh. Like Rider is like self-contained and awesome. I didn't have to change anything locally. VS Code requires your environment be set up for it. But I would recommend like just seeing if it's really a build issue or just an IDE issue. It sounds like an IDE issue. And yeah, Seb, thank you for the sub. Yeah, how you been? Like, haven't heard from you in ages. So you're going a bit crazy, got almost no time with the project you were working on, and it failed. So you're sad, but it's okay, that's life. No, and I get that, M. Hold on, am I saying that, like, is it M or should I be saying MV? I can say MV if that works. Like, just let me know what you prefer. Supposed to be MV? All right, I can say MV. Right? Because obviously you're envious of people that don't have these IDE problems, right? I felt really good about that joke. Don't judge me for it, all right? Well, yeah, Colton, I would wonder about that. Like, oh, so Colton, do you do a lot of like .NET combined with React? Because I will admit, I don't mix the two ever. They're almost always in separate repos. Not .NET? Okay. Oh, Create React App is garbage. Yeah, you basically shouldn't use Create React App anymore. So that could be a big part of it. If it was Create React App based, it could be even like bundler issues. Okay, so Seb, it was a token dispenser? Yeah, Veet's fine. Veet should be all right. Yeah, so the Veet scaffolding should have been okay. Like I'm currently working with Veet. I have not done an update to React 19 yet though. So Colton, you use Create T3 app, and it was bringing in React 18 dependencies? Because I could have sworn React 18 solved that problem. React 17 is the one that still needed like actual types. But maybe I'm mistaken and it was just like an 18.x branch or something. Flutum Dylan. Flutum damn near wrecked him. Or Flutum damn near killed him. Sorry, I fucked up the joke. Flutum damn near killed him. I see what you're doing there, Envy. So basically, next year, when Ludum Dare is going, right? Like sometime in the next year, you can stream it and call it Flutum Dare. Boom. Nailed it. Yeah, at type slash react should be like a relic of the past. I'm curious why you're still having to do that. Hey, there you go. Flutum damn near killed him. I'm sorry. I just really like that. I love a good dad joke. I don't even have kids yet. Shit. Hold up. I do just want to say, yeah. Like, it's not that problematic, but you could have rephrased it as I'm an adult. No offense, no worries. I just feel like it was a little exclusionary. You could have also done like an Austin Powers throwback and said like I like to live dangerously. Oh, well, yeah, because you're basically Austin Powers and you like to live dangerously. Then, no, I get it, I get it. I don't know. I just phrasing is still a thing. That's all. Despite whatever the oligarchs are doing, phrasing is still a thing. No, and I get it. I get it. Yeah, yeah. I understand the memes. I just think those are still also a little off base because I've met insane people regardless of gender or age. Like just think about the meme in 40-year-old virgin where there's the lady driving like way too drunk. It'd be too easy to make that just like a joke about a dude, but they made it work for the movie. But no, everybody does that. Like within like a percentage of the populace, right? That's not a gender specific thing. That's just a thing. That's all. I don't know. I just like to avoid those kinds of stereotypes if possible. Because we've all met really smart people and really stupid people in all walks of life, right? And there was no cross-cutting thing that made it one way or the other. Yeah, we don't like to do the language stuff here at all. I'm sorry. No, we don't do any language superiority. No language X versus Y stuff. This is like the one safe space in Twitch where no one's allowed to talk shit on other like languages or frameworks or anything. I feel like this is the only stream where that shit is like totally verboten. Because you can do good stuff and you can do bad stuff with any language. The language is not the problem. It's the person using it most of the time. Right? Just because someone's writing OCaml doesn't mean that they're a genius. Example, I've written OCaml here on stream. Right? So a little self-deprecation can go fine. I would have been actually okay with like your phrasing earlier if it was just on you, not an entire group of people. I don't know. That's the way I like to do it. It's fine. If you disagree, totally, I get it. It's all right. But this is one of the few streams where we won't throw a bunch of people under the bus simply because of the tools they have to use. Right? How many streams you been in where people just shit on .NET, right? It's not fun, is it? Whereas I think it's a totally fine language, right? There's a lot of really cool stuff you can build with it. I just don't like the tribalism of it. Let me put it that way. And is that green tea? No, it's whiskey lemonade. All right, so back to what we're doing here. Yeah, man, we got a bug in our number input component. It's going to be over here. And before I get too deep into it, let me at least get to the place where we need to be, which is number input there. Number range list filter. That's the name of it. We're checking for undefined and everything. Oh, and that reminds me, like I looked at the time. I do need to go flip the pork that I am thawing. And I'll be right back. Okay, so I know that meme you're referencing. That's a solid meme. Well played. But no, I'm going to be cooking chow mein tonight. I think you're referencing a clip I saw on Reddit. Maybe not. Nah, but this is pork rib meat. So pork rib meat is nice and cheap, but slightly less fat content than a pork belly. And it's really good for chow mein. It's also not bad to like slice up and do like deep fried pork, like breaded and fried pork. Like you know how you do like chicken fingers, you can do pork fingers in a similar way, and it's not bad. Yeah, pork rib meat, and it's quite cheap at Costco. Like I need to stock up on some when I go to Costco either tomorrow or the day after. Need to get beef, rib meat, shrimp. I think I got enough spaghetti. I'll check the price of eggs. I'm not gonna lie though, Code Monkey, that recipe in that meme is actually like, as far as the crispiness goes, yeah, yeah, the cornstarch as like a toss is how you get like that crispiness. It's also how you want to do Mongolian beef, right? You want to slice the beef and then like toss it in cornstarch and then like fry it individually on each side. So yeah, kind of the same idea. Yeah, Sab, go for it. Yeah, I got a slight bug, but we'll solve the bug while you're writing the question anyway, or try to solve the bug. All right, so has uncommitted filters here. That's the thing that's evaluating this. And realistically, we're just doing a string comparison between these two. So the issue is that uncommitted search params isn't bubbling up properly from the number filter. All right, so we see event empty string, event 0. Empty string would set it to undefined. 0 should give it a value, and we see that value bubbling up. All right, so we see that the in effect there is working. And Sab, what's your question? Like, come on, you asked. Don't leave us hanging. Oh man, oh that's a lot. All right, so hold on. The system you made it on an old code they had that connects a hopper and a QR reader. So you added some functionality to give you logs, and okay. All right, so what fails and stops giving coins and they have to restart it? Is it a thing on the back end? We get more music on. Again, you didn't explain what is failing, what is dying. I would say like focus on smaller messages that actually say exactly what needs to be said. There's a lot to that I don't think we needed to help debug. Okay, so I get it, I think, Sab, but I don't know. You've told us a lot that doesn't help that much. I would focus on the technical stuff, right? So you have one thing that is scanning stuff that sends data to a back end, and the back end sends stuff to another UI, right? I would really concentrate on those abstractions. We don't need to know if it's a QR reader. That part doesn't matter, actually. And part of understanding the problem is being able to explain it. So really focusing on the things that you need to explain will help you understand the problem better too. Right? So list out all the actual technologies. We don't care if it's a QR reader. You simply have one thing that is sending data to a backend, and the backend needs to send the data to another thing, right? One of them just loses connection. Okay. That helps a little bit. What you maybe need to implement is some type of like acknowledgement layer. And what you're getting into is the idea of a message queue. Your backend needs to send a message that it gets from the reader, right? That message queue needs to send its messages to another like dashboard or something. Your dashboard needs to report to the backend that it got that message as an ACK, right? Like an acknowledgement. Only then, once it's been acknowledged, does it get removed from the message queue on the back end. Otherwise, the message queue simply retries sending it X amount of time later. What you're running into is a very like common message queue application style problem in which you don't have a message queue and you probably need a message queue. That's fine. Hardware bugs, we're not going to be able to help you with. If the hardware just keeps dying and it requires a restart, that's it. That's all there is to it. We can't solve a hardware bug. We don't know the hardware. At this point, though, like some kind of queue system needs to be involved. And the end that is reading from that queue needs to let the backend know that it got the message from that queue so that it can pop it off the queue. If the message didn't make it to the queue, it needs to keep retrying. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a really specific problem, but are your two endpoints, not the back end, but the things outside the back end, are they both sending acknowledgments of when they receive a message? And I would even say make sure the front end, like the scanner, is even getting like an ACK back from the back end. Now, I understand why you're using, probably WebSockets and UDP for these things for faster interactions, but I would actually question if that's actually the move, or could you just pull things and be better off anyway? At the end of the day, it does sound like you're trying to re-implement TCP/IP because you need an ACK from both systems. Yeah, I don't know. This sounds very specific. The best I can do on the information you've given is it sounds like a message queue style problem. So maybe that's a bit of the research you have to do. What are the ways a message queue can go wrong? And start checking those types of things. No, I won't be making the chow mein until like I'm done with stream and I hop to the other stream. Yeah, no worries, Seb. I mean, it's a hard problem to debug because it involves so many moving parts. And describing it over text is tough. It sounds to me like there is something missing debug-wise as well. But all I have to go on is you saying that all these things are there. So if they're all there, then I don't know. I'm sorry. I would reevaluate the assumptions you're making at this point. Just because something's supposed to work that way doesn't mean it's actually working that way. Do you have the right things in place to validate the assumptions you're making? And if not, what can you set up to validate those assumptions? So I would go through the checklist of all the things happening and all that BS. What are you assuming versus what you can actually detect? And anything that you're assuming that you're not detecting is one of those places to look for a bug. Right? It's like the DNS haiku. Hold on, wait. There's a better version. It's not DNS. There's no way it's DNS. It was DNS. Right? So there's the assumption it's not DNS. Then there's a validation of the assumption. And then there's the final, like, well, we evaluated everything else. We were making assumptions that DNS had to be working, but in this case, it wasn't. What assumptions are you making where you have this absolute like thought that like, no, it's not that. There's no way it could be that. It might be that. Unless you have data proving that it's not that, it could still be that. And again, this is just based on a broad assumption of what you described to us. I don't know the code. I have no idea. But just as a general thought for any other viewers, when there is something that you didn't expect could possibly go wrong, evaluate the assumptions you're making for how it couldn't possibly go wrong. The things that you're assuming versus the things you can verify. Scratch out the things you can verify, and then it's got to be one of those things you're assuming. And in this case, one of those assumptions might be that the hardware is working properly, and maybe it isn't. Here's the biggest thing though, Sab. I would try and create a document of those assumptions and what you're validating. Right? In this case, documenting everything that you're trying to debug will actually help make it more obvious that it's got to be a hardware bug. I'm not saying it's definitely one if you can't identify based upon your steps, but documentation here is key. Right? What could go wrong? How are you mitigating it? Get a big old spreadsheet or a checklist or something. And then you can use that to help debug with other people. At some point, someone might say, wait, why couldn't that be the problem? And you'll explain it and they'll be like, well, that doesn't mean it's not the problem. Right? So your list of the things that need to work for it to work, the reason or the things that you think, could be proven based upon like the tests and stuff you have, the reason why you think those tests are sufficient, you give that to another dev on the other end to help debug, and they may be able to poke at some of your assumptions. Right? And you can hop on a call with them and go through them one by one and talk about it. But it's a documentation problem at this point, in my opinion. And not necessarily the problem is the docs, but to solve the problem is documentation. Yep. Yeah, exactly. I think no matter what, this system sounds complex enough that there needs to be documentation and diagrams and all that BS. So if anything, you at least gain that as like confirmation that that's like the next step. Yeah, I mean, that's up to you as the contractor. You need to like lay out the estimate for how much time it'll take, why it's necessary. At the bare minimum, you can make the point that it would be easier for them to hand it off to another dev if they so choose, right? Because I believe the fear is that they're going to hand it off to someone else anyway, right? Okay, so the thing we're dealing with right now. Yeah, this is still a 0. And it's not letting us update the value, and we don't have that in the URL, so that should be good. One second. Yeah, my guess is we're not setting the uncommitted search params yet. Which would mean that it's any one of these places. Oh, hold up. Nope, this is it. That's it right there. That's our issue. We're doing just a truthy check, not a check for zero. All right, so we found our bug. Let me just read some of this other stuff real quick. So back when you were a student, your instructor shared his wisdom. He said there are 3 variables in a project: money, resources, which is people, and time. You can give 2 to your other party, but you must keep 1 with yourself. This advice has been your North Star for all your projects. Sure. It's almost like there's that like triangle like diagram meme where like each point is a thing and you can only be like situated within the triangle in some direction. You'll never get right in the middle. And those 3 points of the triangle, right, for what you're talking about is money, resources, and time. Another way of looking at it is you can basically be cheap. You can do it something cheap, you can do it fast, and you can do it well. And you can only pick 2 because you'll never be right in the middle. Right? You're basically picking a point along one of the lines that connect these things, not some space in the middle. So do you want it to be cheap? Well, then it can be fast or it can be done well. Do you want it to be fast? Well, then it can basically either only be cheap or done well. Do you want it to be done well? Well, it can only be done cheaply or done quickly, right? That does fall down when you treat it in terms of like hours it takes to solve, and it's more like the software that you're writing. Right? You can get something done quickly that'll cost you a lot to run, but it can be made well. Or you can do something cheaply that is done well, but it's probably slow to run. It is rare to get something that is in the internal area of the triangle, and realistically, you're just along the connecting lines. All right, so we identified the bug. It wasn't up in the component, it was here where we're deciding to set the uncommitted search params. And yeah, what we need to figure out is a better way to check this. Um, no, Shaniqua. Ooh. I love the fact that your name actually helped me pronounce that. Like, oh man, I doubt that's how your name's actually spelled. It could be. But by spelling it that way, it's like really obvious how to pronounce it. I love a good phonetic spelling. So, well done, Shaniqua. No, we don't do that natively. The reason I have that as like a message is that we're looking at how we could solve that. Like, and not necessarily as like a Salesforce Apex integration. That could be down the line. But instead, more just trying to understand like the workflow of Salesforce Apex devs. I know a couple people who are Salesforce Apex devs that work with like a standard dev workflow, but I also know that there are devs that use like Salesforce's built-in like version management rather than using Git. So I'm just trying to understand like what percentage of users are there, how could we solve some problems with GitKraken with a low lift, like more like how could we write content that helps Salesforce devs that are already using Git. I don't think it's necessarily like a goal to integrate directly with Salesforce. It's more like how can we make content and landing pages and marketing stuff like BS, because I'm a developer advocate. How could we make content that speaks to Salesforce devs that are trying to get into Git or trying to learn Git or any of that, right? So I think that's the main reason why Nightbot has that message. Sure. Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, it's like a very niche thing. At the end of the day, I think the end result of like a good conversation about it will just be like a landing page on the GitKraken website for Salesforce devs that already use Git or that are thinking about using Git. I don't think there's a push to support Apex and Salesforce like and their version management separately. So I think the end result is more from like a marketing standpoint. Yeah, that's not something I think we'll tackle at all. No. Now, this is purely about how to work with Git better, right? I'm not sure if you're familiar with GitKraken. GitKraken is a desktop GUI for Git originally, and then Git Lens in VS Code is another thing we do. We also have a web app called gitkraken.dev. We've got a few things that are very Git focused. So if you're not using Git natively with what you're doing, it's not going to matter. So this is more about like the messaging for those kinds of devs and possibly just creating a landing page for them. Yeah, GitLens is fantastic. Yeah. I would say if you're interested in GitLens stuff, maybe subscribe, like, you know, follow the GitKraken like Twitter. I think we have a Blue Sky. We're trying to like make the Blue Sky thing happen more, but HubSpot doesn't have an integration, so that's a little tougher. I'm still gonna like push for it as much as I can. Our CTO, the creator of GitLens, is massively into Blue Sky as well. So we're trying to make it happen, but it's a slower lift. But yeah, just saying, I would recommend subscribing to any of our channels because we will be announcing like an kind of like a Q&A live session with me and the creator of GitLens, Eric Amodio. So that would be a great time to ask any questions you have about GitLens or just chime in and be a viewer or whatever. I think it would be interesting if you're a big fan of GitLens just to watch it. I don't have a link or anything, but just follow any of the socials for GitKraken or GitLens in general. Maybe Shaniqua. I would say individual commits are not necessarily a problem. The final result, yeah, if you're merging bad code, well, Yeah, could you establish better practices? Probably. Do you subscribe to Get Lens? Like, are you a paying user? And if not, that's totally fine. I get it. I think me and the CTO agree that we're a little heavy-handed on like the monetization, like BS for it. Like, we definitely alienate some users because of it. The free is great. Yeah. The free is great. I would say that eventually there might be a cool way of using it for like team collaboration stuff. But yeah, I'm not trying to sell you on it. Like, yeah, I would simply say sign up for any of the mailing lists or subscribe to our social stuff or any of that, and we will be announcing all sorts of like interesting content that you can either subscribe to or not, or show up to or not, or like you're not going to offend me if you don't show up to a webinar or some bullshit. I don't care. Like, I care, but I'm not offended. Like, I get it. I don't watch webinars. Ugh. Are you kidding me? Ugh. But if it's interesting enough, well then yeah, totally watch it. Yeah, I think a big thing we're aiming at is, again, this was purely speculative. I don't know if this will actually happen, but I think it would be a huge win is let people do a new trial every X number of months. Right? Like, don't lock someone into, hey, you did the trial once and how dare you, right? Like, hey, you know what? It's been 90 days. You want to do another trial and check out the new features? We should absolutely be doing that. Oh, they already do? All right. I just want to double check. I know that was something we talked about that I actually just now felt bad about sharing, but I'm glad we're doing that because I think that's really important. I think that is a huge, huge win. So that's my boss being the fucking man. Like, he knows. He's a really, really, really good product marketer. That's my boss killing it. We had a conversation about this months ago. So the fact that you can actually start another trial without having to create some like new bullshit account or something, that's awesome. Yeah, for sure, right? And eventually you convert. Oh, Colton, if you want to hop on a call about that at some point, just send me a PM. I know I'm slacking. Like, I've said that to a few people and I just haven't done it. I finally have my cal.com set up to where people could schedule these calls now. I think that would be some nice feedback, right? It could be a quick 15-minute call even, but that feedback would be nice. So yeah, hold on. I'm going to shout it out to my boss at least. Um, yeah. All right, so I just shared that. The quote I said was, a viewer just mentioned that they abused, in quotes, the recurring free trial system until they decided they needed to start paying for it. So that initiative is a huge win in my book. Right? Even one person validating that means that like there's a huge percentage that probably found value in that. Like, would you have done so without the free trial thing, right? If it had been one and done, you tried it, didn't see the use, and then whatever, yeah, pay us now to get more, you probably never would have converted, right? Yeah, right? Like, yeah, the one and done free trial system is actually like a flaw that a lot of products have. So, yeah, I think it's a really good pattern. Yeah, exactly, right? Because, like, you could just on a regular basis, like, oh, have they been a free user outside of their trial for X amount of months? Can we just offer another free trial just in case? That doesn't recur because that's a bit predatory, right? Like, oh, you opted into the free trial, so we're just going to collect that money after the 15 days. Thank you. Right? Like, dude, that shit is the worst. Right? Like, I don't do free trials in a lot of things because of that bullshit, right? So instead, if you could get the free trial for 15 days, no questions asked, in a lot of things, it might actually spur you to convert. And if you don't convert now, well, in 60 to 90 days, would you? Maybe. But if you don't give them the chance, then they definitely won't. Yeah, like as we're shipping new stuff. All right, so yeah, Colton, feel free to send me a message over on Discord. I would love to get this as like something I can pass to the company as like a customer testimonial or whatever. Up to you. You don't have to. I can just use what you're saying now and pass it on. But video is always nicer. But yeah, no, that's huge. This was an initiative someone mentioned, like my boss mentioned months ago, that I don't know if they've seen any appreciable like return or validation of it. So thank you for letting me validate that initiative. I believe we do the same thing in Get Kraken Desktop as well. No. So video meaning like I wouldn't share it publicly. I just mean like video that we record you and me privately, and I pass that video to the company, but it's not like anything we would use for marketing or anything like that. Definitely not. No, this is more just simply like, yeah, we hop on a call, we chat about it, and people at the company can watch that it's a real person saying this. That's all. It feels more real that way. Like a good user interview is more powerful than just like someone said this thing, you know? Someone said this thing feels like hearsay. No, and I get that. I'm fine with, yeah, none of this will go public. Unless I say, hey, this will be public, it's private by default. So like the podcast stuff I've done, the interviews I did for some other bullshit with like Daniel Rowe from like Nuxt. Yeah, they knew up front that we would use this content. This type of user interview thing, like, no, that's not public. No. Yeah, just send me a message. Up to you. No big deal. Not worried about it. So yeah, the next fix we need to do here is just wrap this in also some of this BS. Little odd that Super Maven is not completing that. There we go. Ooh. All right. So yeah, if there's no value, but you set 1, it defaults to 0, and I'm okay with that. I just wish it populated into it. Now our filtering is broken because we haven't done that on the back end yet, but we at least get that a little bit better. Okay, so if you do and remove it to 0 and make it explicit 0, then it works. And then if you remove that, it is still explicit 0, but it's kind of implicit at that point, and that's a bug. And yeah, so Colton, you didn't abuse shit, right? Any viewer out there, you're more than welcome to reuse and keep trying the free trial. And if you eventually see value in GetKraken or GetLens or GetKraken.dev or any of our services, that's okay. That's the entire point. Please abuse the free trial system. Use it every chance you get. Eventually, you might be convinced it's worth it. I like that. Oh, that's awesome. So, hold on. Janhua. 1 second. My bad. And Colton, hold on. Would love to, need to figure out a good time. Oh, I'll pass you a link and then you can just schedule the time. Yeah. I've got cal.com set up. You can schedule a time based upon like my calendars and we're good. So it's totally up to you based upon my availability. But yeah, so Janhua, letting your audience know that you guys do that so it makes it seem even more like we are on your side. We understand the struggle. We haven't made any content around that, and that's a good idea. Note to self. So hold on, Janhua, I think that was a really good point. I'm going to send a message to myself to remind me. Yeah, I like that. So, Janhua, awesome. I really like that. Right? Like something along the message of, some of you might know we have a 15-day free trial or whatever that free trial is. I forget the amount. I think it's maybe 7 for regular users. We've got a 7-day free trial. check it out. Try every feature you can. If we're not a good fit, that's fine. In X amount of days, you can try it again and see if there's other stuff that you want to use. We don't mind if we're not a good fit yet, because we think eventually we will be. Boom. Marketing content, right? How do y'all feel about that? Does that sound like a good like YouTube short or some like ad or some bullshit? Yeah. All right. I like it. Yeah. No, I really like it. I think that is something we should definitely be shouting out. Hell yeah. Ah, you guys, you make my job so easy. Ah, could you imagine that there are developer advocates out there every day not streaming, not talking to developers every chance they get? It's not like I'm pushing this shit every moment. It just happens. You can't buy that. Like, holy shit, that's so good. And yeah, Rython, how you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, been a little bit. I don't know if I've caught your stream recently. How you doing? Did you end up getting a job? Like, I know you're doing like the leak code thing really heavy. Did you end up getting a job and just focusing on that? Or have I just missed your streams? Is that on me? Like, timing is a thing. Yes, actually just connect with devs. Just, like, if you're just out there, it's so much easier. You don't... Oh, no. Were you not doing a bunch of leak code? I'm sorry, Rython. My bad, my bad. I could have sworn you were doing a bunch of leak code. Shit, I'm sorry for that. My mistake. My mistake. I'm sorry. Could have sworn you were. But I don't know. Yeah. Nah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I obviously mixed up your stream with someone else. I'm sorry. But I haven't seen you streaming for a bit, at least. I know that much. I know Snowcone and Non-Codes, and yeah, there's like a bunch of other people that do leak code as content. No, it's fine. I remember making it into your stream from some other streams, and I could have sworn... I could have sworn all sorts of stuff. So yeah, no, that's just on me. Bad memory on my part. Obviously, I think I have a pretty decent memory, but obviously it's failing me in this case. So, sorry. You made a Twitch widget template that handles token refreshing without a backend. So wait, when you say widget template, what does that mean? Like widgets as in like a streamer's like bottom thing? Oh, like a browser source thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, the browser source stuff is really powerful. Yeah, for sure. Like my chat overlay. That's just a browser source. It's no big deal. No, that's awesome, Rython. Oh, man. Yeah, that's some like really good fun learning. This browser source is actually Vue. You know, I know I could use vanilla, like, whatever to do things. Who's got time for that? Ain't nobody got time for that. I got bronchitis. Like, sorry. Yeah, that's like, ain't nobody got time for that. That's like an old meme, but it checks out. Yeah. I think frameworks are really nice for establishing UI stuff, personally, right? Um, Yeah, so I get that, Colton. Hold on. One second. So Omar asked, how do I find communities interested in my product to get feedback? Would I launch on Product Hunt if I'm still developing the product? No. Product Hunt is for a finished product. You will get roasted on Product Hunt. Yeah, Product Hunt is like after you feel like you're at a place to launch. For feedback in general, it depends on what you're building. I know the web dev subreddit has like a show off Saturday thing. So if you're just like a solo dev doing a fun thing, show off Saturday on the web dev subreddit might be your move. There's always Hacker News, like Show Hacker News is also an option. Keep in mind that you will get roasted. So don't take it personally when you do get roasted, because you will get roasted. No matter how good your product is, someone will roast you. Why doesn't it have this one specific feature that I totally need that nobody else needed? Yeah, that's a good thing, right? Like a tutorial. Yeah, like content creation is a really good way to get feedback. Absolutely. Yeah, Rython, you're totally right. Yeah, posting on YouTube, posting on, like, just post it. And who knows? Yeah, feedback can be cheap or can be really valuable depending on how you solicit it. And I did roast somebody. I didn't mean to. Like, I did it really nicely. Like, hold on. And keep in mind, I think they were really conscientious after the fact. I think they were actually really conscientious. So, hold on. I don't think they would have a problem with me showing this. And in fact, they would be stoked on the publicity. So, yes. What posts have they made? They deleted a few. They had a couple that I think are really valid. They got some good messages, responses, upvotes, etc. And this is like, they posted this same message and other stuff to a bunch of other subreddits, like within the past 2 days. This was 2 days ago. And then I noticed that they posted this same thing to like 4 or 5 of the subreddits I actually follow. On one of those subreddit like posts, I said, hey man, you should probably just use Reddit's cross-post feature, because if you're not using it, 12 posts within 2 days with the same basic content feels kind of spammy. And you'll notice he has a message. No, this isn't hating at all. Keep in mind, yes, yeah, sure, there's this bit at the bottom, someone hating, right? I get it. If you're big enough, someone's going to hate you. That's how that goes. Ignore that part. Yeah, the comment, yeah, ignore that one. Sorry. But basically, the author of this post reached out and sent a message like, you're right, it was spammy. What could I do better? And I haven't replied yet, because I don't know. But the fact that he's willing to do better is already like, nah, man, hell yeah. So he's got this thing in which he's trying to launch a product. And, you know, like, sure, some people think data pipeline solves it. This guy is actually not even posting a link to his thing or asking for questions or even like posting the cal.com link or any of that BS. This is a really valuable post in my opinion, and I'm happy to shout it out. Right? They're making a thing. Now keep in mind that I think I remember what the post was about. It was like flow something or some not like thing. Like, hold on, let me see if I can find it. I am willing to shout it out simply because this dude did the right thing. Like, that felt really cool to me. I'm trying to remember how I found it even. Oh, yeah. So, hold on. He deleted it because he's actually a stand-up dude, and I kind of roasted him on Blue Sky, and I feel bad about that one. But shit. I'm wondering if he has the link in his profile? Down to hop on a call. Harrison something. That wasn't it. Flowglad. All right, so I am more than willing to shout out Flowglad. It was blocked. Oh, okay, so that's questionable, but Flowglad. Make more internet money. Well, that's a little spammy. But yeah, no, this dude spammed like 12 messages on Reddit and then realized that, that's not the right move. I am more than willing to give this dude a shout out because of like the self-awareness of it. Right? Like, Stripe has problems. Thought my Blue Sky would use my domain name? Maybe. I'm just so lazy. Like, yeah, I could probably switch it at some point. I don't know. I'm too lazy. Do you realize how lazy I am? Oh my God, I am so lazy. But no, I'm happy to shout out Flowglad and this dude. I don't know if Flowglad is even Y Combinator backed, but he's an alumni, so I think it counts. I don't know. I would definitely say check it out. Feel free. Let me put more music on. This is not a personal endorsement of the product. This is me doing a personal endorsement of the dude behind the product, because with a little bit of pushback, he had a conscience. And he had actually already deleted a bunch of other posts too. So yes, I think a CEO with a conscience, big thumbs up. All right, I can do that. I don't know about the product. I'm not sure if I would use it or not. I'm not endorsing the product at all. I'm endorsing the person that was shilling it wrongly and recognized it and corrected it. That's fucking huge. That's huge. That's so cool to me. Dude has a conscience. I like that. Because I'm willing to bet money, and I'm sorry for sharing his PM. I don't think there was anything personal or anything crazy about it. And in fact, like, the PM was part of the reason that I even promoted him. But yeah, like, no, he seems like he actually is a human being rather than just treating every platform like a marketing platform. So yes, if you have Stripe issues that you want to deal with, maybe check it out. Send him a message. I don't know, man. He's not paying me for this shit. He did pay me in good faith of just being a legitimate person. And he wasn't even aware that he was paying that. He did ask me a question via DM, which I don't need to like dox explicitly, but basically like, how could he market this better? And right there, I think he nailed it. Just be a human being. Treat people like actual people rather than just like a marketing target. I think he did that after realizing that he was spamming. And that's just super cool to me. Super cool to me. So yeah, I will reply to him whenever my procrastination allows. I have a close friend from another company who's like, hey, let's set up a call. And I went and met them last Sunday for like barbecue. Delicious barbecue. And then I totally dropped the ball on replying to them because I'm just bad at replying to messages. I know there are some people who would blame conditions for that. It's just a personality trait. I don't need to blame a condition. I'm just bad at replying to messages. There's no chemical reason for that. I'm just lazy. Right? Like, there's a big difference, okay? Some people would blame. There's at least a couple spectrums they could blame. I'm just lazy. So maybe that's the laziness spectrum, which I consider different from other spectrums. I'm just lazy. Other people might have an excuse they consider legitimate, but you know what? The result is the same. We're really bad at replying to messages. I just don't like the label. I think lazy is the label I'm willing to accept. There's no condition other than just being a lazy individual that I will accept for that. As I meticulously align my keyboard to my desk. Hold on. It's not even. There we go. If anyone knows me, I'm most likely on whatever spectrum you think. I fucking hate the label, though. I don't need the label. I can be better with or without the label. I don't even want to name the spectrum. When people describe or use the word spectrum, what do you associate it with? There you go, Half-Jack. Okay. Wavelength, you mean spectrum? Yeah, so there you go, Rython. That's actually it. At the end of the day, I don't like those labels. Autism, ADHD, in many cases, people use being on those spectrums as an excuse for behavior that they could totally correct themselves. Instead, just call yourself lazy. You're just being lazy. It's not a problem from some brain imbalance, like chemical-wise. No. You're just being lazy. Your brain is powerful enough to find some coping mechanism to make it better. I don't like the cop-out of blaming some label. I think too many people use it as a cop-out. And there's a problem for that. Afjack, that is not what I'm addressing at the moment. That's the entire point. A spectrum includes all aspects. Everybody is on the spectrum, or it wouldn't be a spectrum. You can be at the entire end of it. Statistically, nobody is. A spectrum includes every single person, right? The color spectrum includes every single color, right? A spectrum includes every single version. If you think you're at the very end of either side of the spectrum, you're probably not. Exactly. A spectrum encompasses everything. So Rython, yes, but we also recognized in that same story that that husband was abusing financially that partner because they only had that meal like once a month when they were at home, right? But now they need that meal like 5 times a week. No, that person's just exploiting their partner. Yeah, I know that story you're referencing, Rython. No, that's just someone abusing their place on the spectrum to get what they want. Right? That is the exact point I'm trying to make. Yeah, exactly. So I think we agree. It's not an excuse. Every single one of us is somewhere on that same spectrum. Yeah, for sure. Many people just use it as a crutch to explain their terrible behavior and their reason for not being better. Your brain is stronger than that. Allergies is a thing that you can't change. Opinions are a thing you can fully fucking change. Exactly. For sure. Afjack, I just said I'm lazy. I already said I'm a lazy individual. Like, what are you missing here? Duh. Like, duh. Are you not hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth? I already said I'm lazy. Duh. Come on. No, so a lazy person will make lazy generalizations. I'm not saying those generalizations need to be excused, but you shouldn't be surprised that a lazy person makes them. That's a little different, I think. Afjack, I think you're wanting to be frustrated for the simply sake of you want to be frustrated. I can't solve that problem. You can't please everybody. That's impossible. There's a very simple thing you can do if you don't like my generalizations. The fact is, you're taking an ally and making them an enemy. simply because they don't line up exactly with what you wanted. And that's fine, Jack, but no, I'm not saying I am making you an enemy. I'm saying you are phrasing me as an enemy because I disagree. Like, you're trying to flip that on me somehow. Can I point out that you have trauma dumped here in Twitch chat way more than I think a normal viewer would? Right? Especially like a new viewer. Do you think that's okay in Twitch chat? That's up to you to think about. Is that something you should actually be putting on the streamer you're watching? It's a pretty common thing that Twitch streamers are not a place to trauma dump. Unless you're a regular. Take it easy. I didn't necessarily say that. I don't know. Maybe Colton is referring to Jack saying that. Sure. I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into this conversation because that is really problematic. It is definitely a thing that Jack chooses to steer stream towards because they are somewhat selfish in how they want to actually chat about things. And that's what I'm actually calling them out about right now. They're trauma dumping and they're choosing to make this an issue. Seems a little bit selfish. Again, I'm not painting a broad brush. I'm letting you know that it seems that way. I'm not saying you are that way. But please recognize that all we have to go on is how you represent yourself to other people. That those are the actions you have taken to make yourself appear that way. Those are your actions that made you appear that way. Keep that in mind. Right? But again, I don't like the fact that you continually like steer this shit that way. I'll go use the restroom. We can take a breath and we can move on from whatever topic this is. But Jack, on a regular basis, you have tried to steer stream towards this topic for your own selfish reasons, right? I'm not saying selfish is a totally negative thing, but it's the truth of the matter, right? So I just want you to sit and stew on that a little bit, and I'll be right back. All right. So I'm back. I'd say we can just move back to working on code stuff. My entire point was I don't like labels. Lazy is a personality trait, which is a thing I can change. The other labels are things that people cannot change. Right? I'm not saying every label. I'm saying the ones that I was originally talking about. My laziness is a thing I can change. Laziness is a thing we can change. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah. I don't believe in any of that shit. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I think Appjack actually just wanted to be upset about something. We can't know. We can't deal with it, but I just simply think they were in a mindset that they wanted to be upset. And we can't change that. That's all there is to it. When they tried to equate laziness with some other bullshit, like, and when I say bullshit, I just mean any other thing, right? I refer to bullshit as general anything, like the whole mishmash of everything, right? Right? The general mishmash, as Douglas Adams referred to it in the Dirk Gently novels. The general mishmash is bullshit. It's all bullshit, right? The bullshit mixes together and becomes more bullshit, right? Life in general is bullshit. So keep in mind, I'm not trying to be derogatory when I use the term bullshit. All I'm saying is equating laziness to other things is totally fucking wrong, because laziness you can change. Laziness is actually something we can actively change. It did seem like an equation. You definitely did when you tried to call me out when I talked about the laziness, and you said, like, I mean, Appjack, we could look up your comments, okay? You were equating those things with the way that you made the false equivalency of what I was saying with my laziness. You made that false equivalency. Don't deny you did it, because otherwise I can't take anything you say over, like, at all. You absolutely made the false equivalency. Please go read back the entire thing, Appjack. Watch the VOD. Do whatever you got to do. I have already mentally identified you as someone who is slightly trolly because of your random trauma dumping. I have given you so much benefit of the doubt, and the fact that you don't even follow the channel, yeah, you seem kind of really trolly at the moment. So I'm kind of over it. Yeah, fuck me for trying to give the benefit of the doubt to someone who is probably just trolling. Because if you weren't trolling, you wouldn't have rescinded the fucking follow. So yeah, I'm kind of over it. Yeah, anyways, we should move on. We should stop acknowledging a troll. Yeah, that's my bad. Oh, did I do that? Huh. Damn. Oh, man, the trolls are fucking insane at this point. They seem so sincere until they aren't. Like, dude, That was the trolliest thing you could have done. Oh, did I do that? Okay, Urkel. Yeah, goodbye. Fucking troll. Oh my god. Oh, god damn it. People chatted too quick. Yeah. I was trying to ban the troll. Nah, you're good. You're good, Rython. You're fine. Dude, that fucking troll. Oh, did I do that? Oh my god. You're gonna pull a fucking Urkel on me? I'm old enough to remember Urkel, okay? Don't pull a fucking Urkel on me. Did I do that? Yeah, you're right, Dr. 3O. My bad, they seemed sincere and I didn't know. Fuck me, right? How dare I treat a viewer as sincere? Woe is me. Whatever shall I do? Like, yeah, here comes another one. Like, dude. Yeah, we can move on, but I don't know, man. It's gotta be Friday for the kids or something. Yeah, obviously. Dr. 3O, I'm planning on doing so. Could you maybe not pile on with the other person who's also seeming like they're trolling? What is it with you fucking people? I just don't get it. What is it with you people? Let me get more music going before I deal with these other trolls, okay? I really do think you're trolling Vayab. Yes. Lack of a follow, antagonistic comments as your only comments. Yeah, you're hitting every heuristic. Well, then maybe don't chime in with the negativity the first message you get. I don't know. Maybe figure that out. Do you think your first message being negative is actually a good, like, view? Song stopped. So Vayab, I just want to point out, do you think that is a good thing for a brand new viewer to chime in with? Or do you think the streamer might interpret that as some random troll trying to dictate what the streamer does? Trying to trigger them further? With a lack of a follow, there's only so much I can think about. If you're a brand new viewer, let the streamer do their thing. Yeah, so D3O, yes, is seeming like much more of a troll. So they can go away. Account created December 11th, 2024. I just want to say, Vayab, try not to align yourself with the same types of comments that a brand new account like that would say. There is a heuristic there. Are you following? If no, are you making the same kind of comment that a troll like that makes? Yeah, like Vayab, that's also not an apology. Like, sorry that you're offended. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, very trolly. Exactly right, though. Like, Vayab, I don't know. Maybe figure it out. Not on me for you to do so. I have never had a good interaction with a single person who comes in within the first couple messages and says, let's move on. It's never happened. So, all right. Thank you, Vayeb. Appreciate that. The SaaS does basically this. Very sassy of us. Yeah, exactly. I feel like some of my main trolls, though, recognize that I've had 3 whiskeys or more, and that's when they pounce. That's when they pounce. But all right, so the thing we're actually building. Ooh, saucy or sassy, saucy wings. Must order wings. There you go. So Rython is actually a secret agent for Buffalo Wild Wings. Now we know. There you go. Yeah, Red Bull version wings. Nailed it. Okay, so what we're getting at is the empty does still query this stuff. We are not dealing with the actual query value, and I believe that's a back-end issue. What is different about Korean fried chicken versus like not Kentucky fried chicken? Because yeah, no, the difference between any other fried chicken and Kentucky fried chicken is the garbage. And I don't mean Kentucky the place, I mean like the restaurant Kentucky fried chicken. Garbage fried chicken. Chicken fried in Kentucky is probably fine. Kentucky fried chicken, garbage. KFC, fucking garbage. Just the worst. Yeah, A Ray of Hope, I would recommend not eating KFC. It's fucking garbage at this point. Maybe in other countries it's all right. Here in the US, here in Washington, ugh. It's like the worst fried chicken you can buy. You're better off just making fried chicken at home. It's so easy. I don't know, A Ray of Hope. That's all I know. Double fried with a thinner batter. Okay. And when you say crispier and lighter, I would guess technically what that means is they're doing like a half rice flour, half wheat flour. because that's how I do fried chicken at home. Yeah, you have to do like at least half wheat because rice flour doesn't like brown, like doesn't get that like the browned fried chicken, right? Like the color of a good fried chicken. Like pure rice flour fried chicken will be crispier, but it'll also have a color that people are skeptical of. Right? It's just it doesn't like yeah, it doesn't get the same like color to it. Mad for chicken? Never heard of it. Someone did mention that we're going to be getting oh shit. There's like a fried chicken place coming to Seattle. That's maybe like a Texas fried chicken place. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure. Hold on. If we just type in Texas fried chicken chain. Not churches, not Texas. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure. Hold on. How about this? Canes. Canes. Raising Canes. That's the one. So it's not Texas. It's from elsewhere. But the person I know was talking about Canes. And they were, like, they lived in Texas. So yeah, Canes is what? Louisiana fried chicken or something? I've heard Canes is really good. And we're going to be getting a Canes somewhere here in Seattle. So, all right. Cool. I would say that's at least like a portion like wheat flour fried chicken, but it could be mixed. It looks all right to me. I would say there is egg in the batter for sure. But yeah, it looks good. I'd eat it. Sure. Yeah, the person I talked to mentioned that like Canes is next door to a place called Lanes. Like at like whatever university they went to, like Canes and Lanes were like right next to each other. Or I think it was Lanes. I forget the other place, but that's kind of funny to me. Anyway, yeah, so the zero bug is definitely something I want to deal with elsewhere. What I want to do is establish like a proper zero here, which is what we got. Popeyes is good. I feel like I've had Popeyes once. Here in Seattle, we have a place called Ezel's. It's all right. They tend to have like really long like lines though at the wrong time of day, so it's kind of a bummer. I played a little bit of Detroit Become Human. I could definitely do it over on Gaming Stream, but I have other games I need to play first. So I need to finish Kingdom Come Deliverance because I believe the sequel is a direct reference to Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. And the sequel comes out February 4th. So besides PoE 2 and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I just don't have much in the way of what I can play in the moment. Besides like the random Madden stream or like the random League of Legends stream. No, I've heard the story's amazing. I did play it back in the day, but I only played maybe to like the first chapter or two. Like I remember the abandoned house scenario. That was like the second scenario. Yeah. So I never got past that. For no, like, major reasons, but I just never got past that part. Like, for the most part, when I abandoned a game, it's because other games came out. Not for the fact that the game was not fun to play. Like, when I say PoE 2, I actually mean multiple games. One of them is Pillars of Eternity 2, and that is a game I still haven't finished yet. Not because it's a bad game, but because it's a long game, and other games just come out that I want to play instead. Right? Due to hype and all that BS. Pillars of Eternity and Pillars of Eternity 2 are some of the best RPGs I've played in recent memory. There is very little rush to complete them, because they'll just be there. Shit. Hold on. All right, so we are getting to a point, especially after the trolley discussion from earlier, in which I feel like people with not the best interests chimed in. Yeah, we need to, like, get to food here in a second. But I want to fix this bug for this page. We've knocked out 3 or 4 pages so far. This one is lacking the actual filtering on the back end. So we can go establish those filters and then have some more work to do tomorrow. All right, so we got that bug fixed. I like the fact that we fixed that bug. However, as we get into balances, and the page we're on is accounts. Yep. Yeah, the way we're doing like the balance coercion and some of the other BS could be fixed. And yeah, we do have like enough of like some common logic that copying and pasting this is starting to feel a bit verbose, and we might be able to come up with something better. All right, here we go. Ooh, this endpoint was lacking a bunch of stuff. So yeah, this part. All right, so here's the thing for balances. We can actually just get rid of the unit and scale stuff because we don't have scales for balances. Yeah, so that simplifies the balance logic. Hold on. Now, that was totally wrong. The auto-completion failed us there. All right, so yeah, this song, come on, man. All right, let's get something crunchier, something cooler. Hold on. Finally got your domain connected to Blue Sky, even though you never use it. Followed me and a bunch of 100 devs people. Yeah, 1 second, Rython. Regulars, add. Hold on, 1 second, 1 second. There you go. Yeah, feel free. Drop the link. I need to add Blue Sky to my social stuff here on Twitter in general. If you just search for CM Griffin, you'll find me. Like, duh. So yeah, real quick, Vabe, you still out there? Because I really do think you were also part of the troll group. Like, I'm really, really thinking you were part of coordinating with the other troll. Yeah, exactly. They just wait for a moment where I've had some whiskey and they think I'm willing to put up with them. Yeah, so Rython, I just used the B-Sky social stuff, for sure. So yeah, I don't know. I really do think Vaib was trolling, so they can fuck off. I really do think they were trolling and they just did whatever they could to not be identified as one. I think we know better. Come on. Code Mop, no. Not at all. I get it, Rython, but that is something I'm not willing to do. Like, no, if people are trolly, they get banned. It's really easy, actually. You don't need to apply a fucking gender fucking filter to it. No, if someone's acting trolly, then they're just fucking acting trolly. It's so easy. It's the easiest thing in the world. I don't know about you, Rython. I've been streaming for 6 years. The only way I've been able to keep streaming for 6 years is the fact that I don't talk to people that fucking suck. Yeah. Like, really look at it. Analyze how many streamers make it past the 3-year mark, let alone 6. The only ones that do it have a strict fucking code with which they judge their viewers. Or they just ignore their viewers. And they're somewhat trolly themselves. I'm not going to name the streamers that fit that bill, but you know who I'm talking about. Please don't name names. There are some streams that are just somewhat trolly in general that have had success, but they ignore the majority of their chatters. Yeah, I don't want to have a chat where I ignore most of my chat. I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to stream if I got to do that shit. I just don't want to stream if I got to do that shit. If I have to ignore half my chat, why the fuck would I stream? I could just record YouTube videos and be done with it, you know? Why would I stream to an audience I hate? I don't want to do that. No, thank you. I work at Get Kraken. It's not my channel. I'm gonna do no. That's not my shit. Get Kraken pays me to be a developer advocate. That's it. It's not my channel. Hell no. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I am my own shit. All right, so coerced min balance versus coerced max balance. I actually want to reestablish that for like the validation of it. And we can just do min balance. Well, hold on. Wait. The issue is that min balance could be undefined. At which point... Actually, undefined should be okay. But we need to validate it for being a number or not. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. So at that point... Yeah. All right. Let's go look at another index. Oh no, Asana is going to deactivate a thing I haven't looked at in 5 years. All right. Cool. All right, here's the big thing. I think it should be min balance, max balance. Is that what we're sending? No, it's still amount. Yes, I've always done software and game dev on this channel. It was science and technology. It was actually programming when I first started. It was a subcategory of creative. I've seen the entire fucking migration. Yeah, I've been there for that. No big deal. This channel has always been that. I have a gaming channel, for sure. That one's fuzzy. But this channel has always been whatever is most appropriate for it. And I only do programming with a side of ranting on this channel. Gaming and other stuff, no, I do on other channels. Has it paid off? No, I'd probably be better off if I actually streamed to other games and brought in other audiences and had regulars from other stuff, but nah, I don't want to mislead. When you see that go live, you know what I'm doing. And I'd rather create a whole separate channel. Is what it is. But the fact that there is such low viewership over on the gaming stream, I think I'm justified. Music overpowered? It shouldn't be. I don't know about that. Maybe I was whispering, but I don't think it is. Maybe what I said was quiet, but no, I'm looking at an easily 10 decibels plus between these two audio streams. No matter what, my desktop audio is at a consistent negative 20 dB. I am drinking some whiskey lemonade. It's fine. Mm-hmm. All right, so yeah, coerced min max amount. Yeah, here we go. Min amount must be less than or equal to max amount. We saw that error just now. Wait, what? Hold on. Nah, these need to be like separate things. Min amount must or max amount must be a number. What? Oh. Yeah, so for the big part of this, what we want to do is actually we want to check for a non-zero value. God damn it. All right, so yeah, this becomes tougher. And we're at 8:15 p.m. Like, you know what? I got work to do. I have chow mein to cook. Right? That's our to do for tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. All right. So, yeah, no big deal. We go figure out who we got to raid. Who is streaming tonight that we should go raid. Acorn's going. Damn, Acorn's only at 62 viewers, so I don't feel bad about 36. Who the hell is even streaming in the category where Acorn's only at 62? That shit's weird. Who the hell is even going right now? J-Blow? I mean, J-Blow kind of blows as far as content goes. Nah, dude, like, that dude's a dick. Like, no one should ever actually chat in his stream or he'll ban you, like, real quick. Like, he'll time you out, like, more than I ever would. So, yeah, J-Blow kind of blows. But, yeah, that might be it. That might be it. Yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah, J-Blow is stealing a bunch of viewers from us? What's his fucking title? Working on packaging errors, gamepad playability, Steam Deck, and all kinds of stubs. So here's the thing. Does anyone actually consider the game he's making fun? I don't know, man. Whatever. We'll go raid someone. Thought Daughter. They've raided us. Let's go raid Thought Daughter back. For sure. How about that one? Yeah, that's easy. Sure. Anything but J-Blow, right? Anything but J-Blow. Right, they're streaming. I think they probably do some good shit. I've never actually watched their stream, so I guess I will learn something in the raid. No big deal. Critical thinking assignment. Is this like computer science homework? Oh, yeah, computer science assignments. Well, whatever. They've rated us. Let's go say hi. The people over on YouTube, thank you for hanging out. See y'all again soon. Have a great rest of your night. Cheers.